Hello race fans and welcome to the LEGO Technic 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. After 4 tough races, it's time for the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for 2022. Joining me, Peter Mackay, in the commentary box this afternoon will be Simila Arora. Simila, it's all come down to this, and we've got a showdown between Team HRT Mercedes and Mala Porsche, just a point separating them. Who do you think is going to come out on top?
It's such a big question, and although the odds would favour HRT, we've seen so far this season, Peter, that anything can happen in any race, literally at any point of time. Case in point, last time out, we thought that HRT could be sealing the title. They were walking away with the big win, but then they had a major incident on their own, which is why they dropped points and dropped positions, which is where Mala were able to capitalize. And moreover, Coanda, the team that were dominating the race, they also had a penalty. You literally can't tell what's going to happen in one of these races. And although HRT may seem like the favorites, I really have no idea how this is going to pan out.
That unpredictability is why we love racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the greatest circuit in the world. In this combined layout for NLS, 24.1 kilometers of pure driving and racing nirvana. And we have 3 hours of racing action for you coming up here on the LEGO Technic live stream. Last time out, it was Mala Porsche who became the first multiple winner in this series. Can they make it a treble today? Well, could be quite tricky to do so. We will explain why when we get into the action. But with the SB9 category, the top category, determined to have a real-world driver taking part, which we will go through in a moment. But let's have a look and see what happened last time out. So, the Happy Racing 3-hour race on the 13th of February started off like this. Team HRT Mercedes getting the hold shot from pole position. Norbert Kiss, the 3-time European truck racing champion, showing his credentials in the sim as well, holding off the charging number 88 Coanda SimSport Porsche. Although the Coanda machine driven by Josh Rogers caused some big problems for the HRT car early on, later be hit with a 60-second penalty for not fielding a real-world driver. But in the Cup 2 category, well, much more to plan for the Coanda SimSport outfit. Pole position once again and leading away confidently at the front. Core Sim Racing, well, it's been all about their battle all season long with Team RSO. And Core Sim Racing, starting from pole with a good result, they could claim the SP10 Championship in round 4. And the sister car, well, Corentin Guinez and Kieran Harrison have had the pace, but haven't had the execution in the race. Team Heusingveld sitting there in second position. Well, they've been the team that have delivered on race day to hold the championship lead in TCR at the moment. But eventually, Josh Rogers broke the Norbert Kiss stronghold on pole position, on first position, and started to pull away at the front. A little mistake from Norbert Kiss. Very much a rare thing indeed. But in the mid-pack, it was equally as fierce. Adam Christodoulou driving the Team Heusingveld Mercedes, battling away in the mid-pack before an uncharacteristic mistake from the Englishman, taking them out of the running. The Mala Racing team, they had ground to catch up. They're behind in points for Team HRT, and only a win would do to keep the Porsche Crew's championships hopes alive. Ryan Barneveld making it look quite straightforward there. But Josh Rogers, don't ever write the Australian off. One of the best, if not the best, sim racer in the world, taking a pass there at the Kesselchen. But it was Malaporsche who came out on top with the penalty for Guanda Sim Sport. They become the only double winner in the Digital Nürburgring Landstrecken Series for 2022 and put themselves right in position to take on Team HRT for the championship. Well, Samil, it certainly was a clutch performance there from Malaporsche. They had to get the win, and they did it.
Absolutely, Peter. And it all came down to being at the right place at the right time. For Mahler, it did take a couple of things to go wrong for other teams and drivers, but they were perfect in the race. They did not make any error strategy-wise or in terms of driving. That's what you need in a clutch situation like the last round. Now, the only thing is, things are stacked up against them right here. 2 points of a difference to HRT, but they have a success penalty while HRT doesn't. How will they play up with a situation like that where they're literally facing up an uphill mountain in front of them?
Well, they've got it all to do here again in round number 5 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. The Lego Technic 3-hour race will close off this fantastic championship before we go to the outdoor Nürburgring in just a month's time to start the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series season. And we'll have all the action here on the Lego Technic live stream. So do not go anywhere. Get yourself comfy, grab a snack, and buckle in for what will be some superb racing action with 4 different classes. SP9 cars for FIA GT3 specification machines, Cup 2 for the Porsche Cup category, the SP10 for FIA GT4 cars, and the TCRs as well, all of the Audi RS3 TCR variety. So
Zeig uns deine coolsten Tricks mit den neuen Sets von Lego Technic.
Mach jetzt mit beim Gewinnspiel und werde mein Sim-Racing Co-Pilot.
Herzlich willkommen. Auf den Gewinner wartet ein großes Preisgeld.
Cut! Mittagspause!
Willst du wissen, wer gewinnt? Dann hol dir Giga TV. Da ist jetzt Netflix inklusive.
Alle Spieler zum Set.
Für nur 19,99 €.
Das volle Programm mit bis zu 2500 Filmen auf Abruf. Giga TV, jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the LEGO Technic 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. It's nearly time for top qualifying for the SP9 class, where the drivers get 2 flying laps to set their best time, to set the grid for this final round of the Nürburgring Endurance Series. And of course, Sunil, in the SP9 category particularly, this is the class where a real-world racing driver is mandated not only for qualifying, but the opening stint of the race as well.
Indeed, Peter, and this is where we saw Coanda Simsport face a few difficulties the last time out because they didn't have a real-world driver with them. Now, that's all right. It's all right to happen for once in the season, right? But Coanda were not able to do that twice, and which is why they got a 60-second stop-go penalty. But what kind of real-world drivers are we looking at for this weekend? Well, we've got quite the names. Firstly, Norbert Kiss for Team HRT. And as we've always discussed on this broadcast, he's been so amazing in the world of touring cars, in the world of trucks, and now in the world of sim racing as well. He's proving that he is one of the very best. Again, Sami Matti Troken. He's done so much in the world of endurance racing. And the fun fact is, Sami Matti, Peter, I think has just been equally as impressive in the sim as he has been in real life. It's amazing how he can be such a potent hybrid driver, and hopefully for Walkenhorst, they can have a better race this time out.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Walkenhorst BMW really have had a lot of pace throughout this championship, but haven't been able to get that first win yet. They've had quite a lot of poor luck, actually, in some cases. And interestingly, Samil, we mentioned balance of performance. The balance of performance, actually, the team at the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series have done a super job to get the field as balanced as they possibly can. However, the BMWs, which of course the Walkenhorst team run, have been given another power lift, quite a significant power lift, and a little bit of a weight reduction. So we could see those BMWs being very fast today.
Absolutely. Maybe this could mean the likes of BS Competition or Walkenhorst, or for that matter, even BMW Bank having a pretty good race. And it's kind of expected, right? Because in the last couple of races, we didn't see the BMWs as quick, let's say, as the Mercedes and the Porsches. This doesn't mean that they weren't quite able to get good results out for that matter, because BMW Bank finished second the last time out. But maybe this should help, Peter. Maybe this should make for an even more exciting finish as we have Porsches, Mercedes, and HRTs, Porsches, Mercedes, and BMWs all fighting for wins. Just the case of the Lamborghini. When will we see them fighting hard?
Well, we shall see. It's a very impressive car, the Lamborghini Huracan, and there's a couple of strong driver lineups as well in there. But it all comes down to this for the championship. We have the championship leaders, Team HRT Mercedes, who lead by just 2 points at the moment from the Mala Racing team running the Porsche. Team Landgraf Mercedes, they're still in the hunt. They're 9 points back. BS Competition, 10 points further back, with Team BMW banking 11th. Windward Mercedes are the last team who have a mathematical chance of winning. However, they would need to win the race, and other drivers have problems. It's 15 points for a win in this championship, 11 points for second, 8 points for third, 6 for fourth, 4 for fifth, 3 for sixth, 2 for seventh, and 1 point for all the positions down from 8th in the field. So there is still quite a lot to play for. And, well, it's the only thing is, though, Samil, one thing we should mention is of course, the success penalty that Mala will have to serve. 30-second success penalty at their pit stop, whereas HRT have no success penalty to serve.
Exactly, which is where the whole equation kind of turns away from Mahler, as we mentioned right at the very start, because, well, it's kind of like suffering from success, isn't it? That DJ hadn't been that we've all seen all the way around. Mahler and Team BMW Bank will both be kind of hampered by that quite a fair bit, and that's one thing that they have to watch out for in the race about how they counter that and maybe just fight out to put up a good race. Remember, though, it's not impossible to have a good race with it. I think, probably remember from round number 2 or round number 3, I don't quite recall exactly which one, but BS Competition had a 10-second success penalty in one of those rounds and was still able to get back and finish P4. But is P4 going to be enough for Mahler today? I get a feeling not so much.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Samil. That is something that's definitely going to be hanging over them. With the other success penalties to be served in the SP9 category, we have a 20-second success penalty to be served for the Team BMW bank car, and also a 10-second success penalty to be served by the number 70 Landgraf Mercedes, the man filter machine. And that's based on the results of first, second, and third in the last round. So this is something that HRT they've had to serve it as well. They won the opening round, of course, so they had to serve that 30-second success penalty in the pits in round 2, and that meant that they were quite a low-scoring day that day. So, it's all very exciting. So the drivers now out onto the circuit for SP9 qualifying, and we'll run through the drivers on circuit who are going to set these qualifying times. Number 34, Sami Matti Trogen, will set the qualifying time for the Volkenhorst Alpecin anti-balding shampoo BMW. For the Coanda SimSport team, that will be Lauren Heinrich, newly minted Porsche factory driver, Porsche Junior. He will set the times, and he's got the Landgraf Mercedes right on his tail there as well. Now, driving that car is Elias Seppänen, interestingly.
Yep.
So Elias will be wanting to get his hooks in here, says Simil, to try and follow Lauren around, because that car, particularly in the hands of Lauren Heinrich, has set some of the fastest lap times we've seen all season.
It has. Lauren Heinrich actually started out the season with BS Competition earlier on, but then had to change teams midway through because of his new contract with Porsche. And so he had come to Coanda, and even there, Peter, he has been pretty impressive so far when he has been in the car. Remember, he wasn't there last time, so Coanda had to serve that penalty. But the fun fact is, Elias Seppänen has also been doing a lot of jumping from teams. Yeah, he used to be with BS Competition too. Now he's racing right here with the Mercedes. So it's a bit funny how the drivers have to change teams all around and their loyalties are split up. But either way, this is one battle that we're all so excited to see. And finally, with Elias Seppänen, I think the Landgraf team can potentially fight for a win, because Elias has been one of the star performers of this whole season. He's so consistent, and the fun fact is he's still under 18.
It's incredible. Yeah, it's amazing, the young talent that we have here in the iRacing simulator. Speaking of, Moritz Lohner will set the qualifying time for the number 20 Dor Esports Lamborghini. Definitely one of the top performers in terms of pace. They've had quite a bit of bad fortune in some of the races. Moritz Lohner getting a full-on tank slapper there, heading down. Oh my goodness me. Heading down towards the Kittelbacher hole. Wow, that was a big one.
That was, and you can see the way he's pushing on this lap. I think he rode a couple of curves right there behind as well. The approach is pretty clear, Stephen. If the Lamborghini isn't quite the fastest car, well, I'll drive it in the most daring way to make it go as fast as possible. And he's done that so many times this year, actually. Moritz Lohner has been super impressive in that Der Esports Lamborghini. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the car, maybe it's just a couple of incidents in a couple of races, but Der Esports have never quite been able to maybe tap upon that potential that we saw in the first round, didn't we, Peter? And I hope that this is the chance, because they are free from any success penalty. They've got a full-strength driver lineup. I don't know, maybe this could be finally a chance to get another podium for them?
Could be. Driver on screen right now for Sim Racing Academy Black, Sandro Petrozelio, in the Sim Racing Academy Porsche. Runner-up in the 2018 Nürburgring 24-hour V5 class in a BMW 3 Series, so has real-world experience of this circuit. Most of the drivers in this qualifying session are real-world racers, as the rules mandate. There are occasionally allowances given if real-world drivers cannot be sourced, but as we saw in the case of Coanda, you can only do that so many times, and if you can't get that real-world driver, you do have to serve a time penalty for that. But Adam Christodoulou, a Mercedes AMG factory driver, does a lot of racing here at the Nürburgring, and he's been a staple in the Heusinkveld Mercedes, and he'll be wanting to put that mistake from the last round, Simil, firmly to the back of his mind.
Indeed, yeah, but that's the good part that you mentioned. He's been there all the time. I love it. Adam Christodoulou has been there for every single one of these DNLS races that we've had so far this year. And you can tell that the performance is improving because Helsingwell, before they had that mistake last time out, they were running in a pretty decent position, around the top 5 as far as I can tell. So maybe there are signs of improvement. And for Helsingwell, that is what they need, right? At the start of the year, they were firmly in the midfield, but if they can get a big result over here, it does set the tone for next season perhaps that, well, we are improving and we can do better when we come back. So they'll want something quite like that this year, and qualifying is going to be essential for that because the grid has been so close all the time.
Interestingly, getting word from Race Control that car 70, that's the Landgraf Mercedes of Elias Sepinen, is under investigation, as is car 40, and that is Mark Hillary. For the ERC Lamborghini. So interestingly, the stewards are already getting themselves busy, getting themselves warmed up for the race as Sami Trogan comes through Breitscheid, up through Exmüller, using all the curb on the exit in that Alpecin anti-balding shampoo car. Niels Koch, he will do the qualifying duties for the number 89 at BS competition machine. Right on board here, listen to this turbocharged straight 6 engine. This car made its full competition debut as a homologated car at the Rolex 24-hour. Sorry, my apologies, at the Dubai 24-hour. And then on to the Rolex 24-hour. It's not been a particularly easy debut for this car, Sumil, in real life competition.
Yeah, I think it'll happen with time, right? Initially, when the car comes in, there are things that you have to iron out, and I think that phase is going on for BMW, the real world. In the sim, this car had a similar phase as well. Initially, it wasn't quite the fastest, but I think within around 6 to 8 months, this did become a very, very popular choice. And that has been something that's been resonated across the DNLS as well, because so many top teams like Pace Competition and BMW Team Bank have chosen and relied on this car, along with Walkenhorst too. So you might say that BMW and BMW Bank and Pace Competition are kind of compelled to go with this car, but the fact that a Walkenhorst also picks it and goes ahead with it shows you that this can be a beast on its day. Well, more on the penalties, Peter. We don't know why they've come about, but ERC by FSPT of the Rhineland Yellow have already got one penalty. I think, as you mentioned early on, there was the Landgraf team under investigation. I think they're free from it right now, as far as I can tell. But MRS Esports have also got a penalty. Now, what is the penalty? We're not quite sure about that yet. Why is it for? Again, no information on that yet as well. So we'll keep you updated on that.
How strange. We haven't really seen this very much in qualifying so far this season. So there's obviously something that's catching the eye of the stewards. Niels Koch comes down through Metzgesfeld and down to Kellenhard. Great section here as well. There's no bad sections on the Nordschleife. You're really winding up the power here. The downhill helter-skelter, then this kind of triple right-hand already. Count the apexes. 1, 2, 3, using all the road and the exit, and then down to Versteifen. It's like a pig's tail this corner. All of a sudden you're having to whack down the gearbox, and that is where we see even the best drivers making mistakes there, Sumil, when they just click a gear down too early and the rears lock up. We've seen a number of drivers do that this season.
Yep, HRT had that mistake last time out with Norby Kiss. He's a driver who's rarely made a mistake so far this year, but that was the costly one that put them down a few positions. And had he not done that, maybe, just maybe, HRT could have secured the championship the last time out. But in a way, it adds to the drama, it adds to the spice. And I think they were not the only team. There was another one. I think Adam Christodoulou also made his error somewhere around that whole region, didn't he?
Certainly, just a couple of corners later.
Just a couple of corners later.
Just at Breitscheid, which is basically the next corner. Yes, absolutely, Sumil. The lap times are coming in, and my goodness me, the benchmark that has been set. Lauren Heinrich for Coanda SimSport Porsche. Get this lap time: 7 minutes 46.289.
Wow,
that is absolutely rapid. What a lap from Lauren Heinrich, straight out the gate, and about 1.2 seconds ahead, 1.1 seconds ahead of Team HRT's Norbert Kiss. Absolutely incredible pace. Mala, well, They make the top 3, covered by just 1.3 seconds on a 24-kilometre circuit, don't forget. Phil Dennis, a 7:47.6. Right behind him, Team Landgraf, Elias Seppinen, 7:47.7. And then Sami Matti Trogen says, I fancy a bit of that. He goes into the 7-minute 46.7. Goodness me, this is the fiercest qualifying session we've seen so far this season.
Absolutely, and you can tell how close Marl and HRT are in terms of performance. They are destined to be fighting for this championship right down to the very end. But let's give you a little bit of context about these lap times. So just how fast is it? Well, the last time out, the pole position lap time from Norbert Kiss for HRT was 7 minutes 47.033. This lap is 7 tenths faster by Lauren Heinrich. 7 tenths! And the conditions are not that much different, right? And so that makes it even more crazy. The fun fact is, Heinrich has gone around 2 seconds faster than Joshua Rogers did the last time out. That is some achievement. I mean, who can ever go faster than Joshua Rogers? Rarely. But to go 2 seconds faster than him, than one of the fastest drivers in the world of sim racing, Lauren Heinrich has posted some lap time right there.
He certainly has, yeah. That is quite exceptional for Lauren Heinrich. Of course, this year, as part of his Porsche Junior driver contract, he's going to get his Nürburgring permit this year. Of course, you can't just turn up and race in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. You have to go and get your permit for the circuit, because the circuit is completely unique in a modern context. 24 kilometres, old school in every possible way. And the organising committee really do take a very serious effort to make sure that all drivers taking to the circuit in competitive conditions are ready for the challenge of this fearsome place. So even someone of Lauren Heinrich's calibre, Porsche Super Cup racer, race winner in that championship in his rookie season, even he has to go through. Even Lewis Hamilton would have to go through his Nürburgring Nordschleife permit. Now this is interesting. Elias Seppinen is hooked right back onto Lauren Heinrich again. Now both of these cars have been in to take a new set of tyres. They will turn right here rather than left. You're thinking, no, that's left. Sabine Schmidt's curve. No. Well, no, they're going around to start a new flying lap. So with 2 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock, Lauren Heinrich starts a new flying lap with a new set of tyres on, Sunil.
Indeed, yeah, and this is the crucial lap, because this is where, at least for Landgraf, they have to get a little bit farther up. I don't think they've put in a really good lap so far. They're in P number 5, 1.4 seconds down. It's by no means a bad lap, but in the context of all the other teams, they can do a lot better. And I wonder if the aero wash will trouble the Mercedes, because, well, the Porsche will, of course, have a lot of dirty air, a lot of wake that the Mercedes will have to follow through. And remember, a majority of the Nürburgring is just corners, really fast corners where you need all that downforce. So I'm not sure if the strategy with the Landgraf team is going to be the most successful one. It certainly hasn't been in the first lap time, but hey, if Elias Seppinen can turn out to do something extra special in this lap, I'm so totally up for it. I really want to see what the results are like in this one.
Well, it's interesting there. You just look at the body language of that Coanda Sim Sport Porsche. Lauren Heinrich just driving with such confidence, placing the car exactly where it needs to be, and Elias Seppinen having to work hard to keep up with. So a new livery for the GT tyre, WS Racing Esports BMW. Black, yellow and blue.
It's beautiful.
It's very nice, yes, yeah, absolutely, and very fitting too. So that's a nice thing to do from the WS Racing Esports team. Great lap from Charlie Collins. He's into the 46s as well. Now, Charlie's been one of the fastest drivers over one lap in that Lego Technic Esports Lamborghini, but they've had a torrid time in the races. 7:46.6, that's good enough for second.
Yeah, I think the Coanda team have really prepared hard for this one. And this statement can be a bit counterintuitive, because that means that they don't quite prepare well for other races, which is certainly not the case. But here, they seem to be on fire in qualifying, because Lego Technic Esports, I'm not sure I've seen them this high up in qualifying ever. They've always had the pace. Their one lap pace has been incredible, especially towards the latter part of the race. But this is just something else. I really am keen to see what they can do. And are we seeing a bit of a trend here, Peter? If the race is sponsored by your team, which of course it is for Lego Technic Esports, you end up doing better. I think we saw this with the Schutz Messtechnik team as well, right? In the GT4 category the last time on.
Yes, we did actually, funnily enough. Good, well remembered. The only thing that might be the case, though, is that the LEGO Technic Esports car does not have a real-world driver in it, and I don't think for the first time this season. So we could see it serve a 60-second penalty, unless they've spoken very nicely to the organising committee and asked for a dispensation and an allowance. And sometimes that's where being a sponsor can sometimes be quite helpful. But anyway, we'll see. But what can Norbert Kiss do? We've seen him drive so well in this Team HRT Mercedes. They've certainly had a good pick of the real-world drivers, that's for sure. Daniel Juncadella starring in the opening round of the season for this crew. And Norbert Kiss has really taken on that mantle. And, you know, it's funny, it's a little bit like, you know, in sports car racing, Samil, if you take the GTD category in IMSA, where you have professional drivers, but you also have semi-professional and amateur drivers that are mandated to make up the lineup, and usually there's nothing to separate the professional drivers. There's hundreds you would separate them by, if at all. But the amateur drivers, there's often bigger bigger differences. Here in the simulator, it's kind of flipped on its head. The real world guys, they've got a bit of catching up to do, because the simulator pros, if we call them that, they're on this platform all the time, putting in huge amounts of mileage. So for the real world pros, they've really got to adapt quickly to keep up. So it's more about who's the quickest of the real world drivers, and there's a big difference there.
You're so right about that, and that thing keeps on changing race by race, because I remember Daniel Juncadella in the first race of the season, DNLS 1, he was fantastic. I think 1.2 seconds faster than anyone in qualifying, superb in the race. But when he came back in the last round period for Windward Mercedes, Danny Juncadella, I think, was around 2.5 seconds behind in qualifying. That just goes to show how the real-world drivers are getting better with more mileage. And so, if you miss out on a couple of rounds, there's other people who are having more mileage, who are doing better in that case, and you end up falling out. So you're so right about that. The bigger variable here isn't quite the sim or the amateur driver, at least in the real-world sense. It's the real-world driver. How do they perform? And that's been compromising a fair few teams now and again. And the fun fact is, you have to make sure that a real-world driver gets as much mileage as they possibly can, as we get a bit of a tight moment between Helsingfeld and Durr. But it's not so often that you can do that, right? Because real-world drivers, more often than not, they do have a lot of commitments to get to. So that's been a bit of a tricky part. And HRT have been lucky in a way that they've had Nobby Kiss for most of the races, because otherwise, having a shifting driver policy for a real-world one just doesn't ensure any stability at all.
Well, it just shows you the level of this championship as well. You look at the drivers that are up the teams that are up the top in this qualifying session. You know, Lauren Heinrich, yes, he's a real world pro racing driver. However, he's also world class in the sim. Sami Matti-Trogen, exactly the same. Phil Denez has single-seater experience in the United States, but again, does the majority of his racing on the simulator now. So Bruno Spengler was the champion of the IMSA Invitational Series in lockdown in 2020. So yeah, the level is definitely bumping up, Samil. And I have a theory at the moment. I think the young drivers, the junior drivers who are being hired by manufacturers like Porsche, like Mercedes, BMW, Audi, etc. Just being quick in the real world, in the outdoor world, is not good enough. You have to be good on the simulator as well, because there are events like this, the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series and many others, that mandate real-world drivers. And if you've got real-world drivers like Lauren Heinrich who happen to be world-class in the sim as well, that just adds to the repertoire.
Exactly. It just makes you more marketable in the way. And think about it, right? All the brands in the world of motorsport, say your Porsches, your BMWs, your Mercedes, are actively trying to increase their presence in the world of sim racing. As a junior driver, it just helps out that you're, let's say, good at both of these dimensions, because at the end of the day, you need to prove yourself to be an all-rounder, right? That's what the factory teams are looking for. A driver that can be fast, a driver that can help out with media commitments, and now a driver that can also help raise the flag for the company in the simulator as well. And someone like Lauren Heinrich does that thing very well. Same way, Nobby Kiss can do that pretty well. And now we're also finding out that the likes of Danny Juncadella and Adam Christodoulou can do that to a decent extent too. So it just, as you mentioned, helps out. It just helps out to be better at everything, doesn't it? And what's the cost? You're having fun with racing as well. You're getting to learn more things. And I can only imagine that the learning curve might be so short for these drivers who have constantly had to shift cars, shift racetracks, and so for them adapting to the sim, it might take a little bit of time, but not too long, right? As we've seen with Norby Case especially.
Well, here comes Lauren Heinrich. Oh, big wiggle there on the exit onto the front straight. Let's see what time this is going to be. Is he going to improve? It's a 7:46.289 to beat. He does 7:46.0. Wow. In fact, no, 7:45. He's broken the 7:46 Emil. 7:45.998. Lauren Heinrich. Wowee.
Oh my god. I don't think we've seen a lap in the 7:45 so far this year, Peter.
No, I don't think so.
I don't recall anyone going that fast. Tremendous stuff. When the pressure is on, Coanda indeed are delivering. But what about these guys? HRT need a good qualifying because they are fighting for the title here today.
Yeah, and they can't afford to be too far back on the grid. 7:47.0 for Norbert Kess. That's a good lap. That's a slight glitch on the time screen. 7:46.993, so a little bit quicker. So yeah, Norbert Kess goes fourth. That's a clutch lap time there from the Hungarian ace. Brilliant stuff. Let's see what Sami Matti Trogen can do. Nope, he pulls out of it. So no improvement there for Valkenhorst. They stay third, no better than third. Who else is on a lap? I don't think we've got many others left to complete their qualifying time. So it looks like it's going to be Lauren Heinrich for Coanda Simsport on pole position. Let's see what the final car through. We've got a couple more to go. Kart Raceland Esports by OKCCS. This blue, white and black Lamborghini Huracan GT3 gasses it up. Already past Lauren Heinrich's time. Let's see what they can do in this number 21 machine. Just haven't set a lap time just yet. Here they go, MRS Esports as well. MRS 7:52.484. No time set for the Lamborghini there. Let's see what Phoenix Racing can do in their familiar number 5. Phoenix Racing Esports. Of course, Phoenix Racing based here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They come over the line. A 7:51.691 is their best. So they will start deep in the pack. It looks like it's going to be Lauren Heinrich for Coanda Simsport on pole position with Lego Technic Esports. Charlie Collins getting on the front row of the grid. Sami Matti Trogen in third for Valkenhorst BMW, with Norbert Kess making it 4 manufacturers in the top 4.
Got to love it. This is the diversity of the DNLS, and it's so great to see the Lamborghini right up there in P number 2. It's a good way to sell some Lego Technic cars, isn't it? That you just out-qualify most other people and get to the front row of the grid. Now, I just want to see a sustained challenge right here from Lego Technic Esports. But hey, fun fact, Mahler are only 7th. Phil Dinez has been one of the star drivers so far this year, but his qualifying effort was only good enough to put him 1.65 seconds behind Coanda, and crucially, that's a few positions behind their titled rivals for today, HRT. Man, the task just keeps on getting tougher for Mahler here today.
So confirming then your qualifying results, an exceptional lap time from Lauren Heinrich, 7:45.998. Incredible. Over 0.6 of a second ahead of the very impressive Charlie Collins for Lego Technic Esports Lamborghini. Sami Matti Trogen came home in third in this qualifying session, just 0.7 of a second off pole, and making it 4 cars within a second. Norbert Kess, a clutch lap time. He was qualified in 4th place for Team HRT Mercedes. BS competition will start 5th after Niels Koch was only 1.2 seconds off the outright speed. Team BMW Bank, Bruno Spengler will roll off from 6th, with Malo Racing Team, the championship contenders, starting from 7th. Phil Dennis will have a lot of work to do early on. Team Landgraf will start from 8th, with Mercedes AMG Team Windward in 9th, and Dor Esports Lamborghini, they will roll off from 10th after Morris Lohner set a lap time 2.8 seconds back from pole. And the last few, Mercedes AMG Team M&J Performance will start 11th, Team Heusingwelt Mercedes will start 12th, followed by ERC powered by FSP Lamborghini, Phoenix Racing Esport Lamborghini in 14th, Sim Racing Academy Black in 15th, and finally MRS Esports, Artel Motorsports Reparex, and WS Racing Esports. Complete 18-car field in the SP9 category. And very, very tight at the front of the field as well. So let's have a look then how they start in the Cup 2 category. Well, Zach Campbell, fresh off a victory in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup last night. It's very early in the morning where he is in the world, just coming up for 7 o'clock in Atlanta, Georgia. But no problem for young Zach. Puts it on pole by over 2 seconds from Sim Racing Academy. IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup are third, with Phoenix Racing Esport in fourth. Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, they sit in 5th position with Asher Racing in 6th. Deutsche Payment Esports will roll off from 7th, with WNSE Motorsport in 8th, Leiper Esports in 9th, and Core Sim Racing Cup 2 Ronald Grossman rounds out the top 10 in the Porsche Cup category. But all co-anda at the moment in the top 2 classes, put 2 pole positions for that outfit. Very impressive indeed. But slightly surprising to see Asher so far down the order. And last few in this class, in 11th place is Peter Bonk Performance, WS Racing Esports in 12th, German Sim Racing in 13th, Deutsche Payment Esports in 14th, and Artel Motorsport Reparix. They round out the 15-car grid for the Porsche 992 Cup machines. Very impressive machines they are. We've seen many times this season a lot of those cars finishing on the overall lead lap. Carl Janssen, the Super Swede, he sits on pole position for Core Sim Racing, out qualifying Team RSO by just over 0.2 of a second. Very tight there at the front. The Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO car, it will roll off from third with a much better qualifying performance from the BMW. Falkenhorst Motorsport BMW there in 4th place. Deutsche Payment Esports will start from 5th in their Porsche, with W&SE Motorsport starting 6th. Ringfazar Sim Racing will roll off from 7th, with RN Vision STS Sim Racing Team in 8th, with RaceFox in 9th. 11th will be ERC powered by FSP, and then at Kart Raceland Esports, AMC Siegberg, and GeForce Experience Esports, rounding out a 14-car field in SP10, run to FIA GT4 categories. So it's a head-off there between Porsche and BMW. Now, no such manufacturer rivalry in the SP3T class for TCR machinery. That is all Audi RS3s there, and that class is led by Team Heusinkveld. So Core Sim Racing not on pole position. In fact, Corentin Guines 0.8 of a second off the outright pole time. Low Grip Racing will start from 3rd, with the Nürburgring Esports team starting on 4th place. Marshmallow Racing will start from 5th, with Indici Scuderia in 6th, ERZ Heils Entrum in 7th, Valkyrie Esport Rookies in 8th, and Alemannia Aachen Esports rolling off from 9th place. So conditions on track today, 31 degrees Celsius on the track. Not too much for the drivers to worry about, Simil, but if that temperature starts climbing, that track could start to get a little bit greasy.
Exactly, and it did the last time out. Exactly at this point of the broadcast, the temperature went up from 32 to 34. In fact, today, it's dropped down to 30 degrees Celsius as we speak. So things are getting better for them. I think this way the drivers can focus more on the driving, more on the fuel management and the strategy, rather than focusing too much on the tires, which frankly haven't quite been as big of a factor as we thought they would. It's primarily been about the fuel in this whole series so far. And we have seen quite a few variations in that sense over here. The key point is, when do you take your short stop? When do you go short on your fuel? And just how good are you in the pit lane as well? Because we've seen a couple of teams just kind of take out a little bit of time here and there in the pit lane. They've been able to go 1 second or 2 seconds faster, which has eventually made a world of difference.
That's very true. The strategy has been fascinating here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And we usually see the teams pit 3 times over the course of the race, certainly in SP9. So Lauren Heinrich will start on pole position in the white, purple and orange Coanda SimSport Porsche. And alongside him, the Lego Technic Lamborghini Huracan of Charlie Collins. And of course, the thing I like about that particular Lamborghini Huracan, Sunil, is that livery there on that Lego Technic machine. That's a replica of the Lamborghini that you can get as a Lego Technic kit.
Indeed, you can, and it looks spectacular. With Lego Technic, are actually able to go in the details of these models are tremendous, and I kind of love it, right? It's what we dream as a child. What if my toy car would be racing in a real world series, or quite the opposite? What if I was able to have a toy of that car I see on TV? Well, you actually can, and it's not just the only model that Lego Technic Esports are able to sell as well. They've got, I think, a ton of Porsches too, but I think they're getting a bit eager, aren't they? What are we seeing? A hybrid, a Porsche and a Lamborghini together?
A little bit. They're certainly part of the same automotive family anyway. That's now we did some great shots there from the virtual Goodyear blimp. Of course, the Goodyear blimp's been in the air since 1917 and broadcast the first Super Bowl back in 1965. I tell you what, how good was that Super Bowl halftime show? That was nostalgia for me. With Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. If you haven't seen it, check it out on YouTube. But we're ready to go racing for 3 hours here in the Lego Technic 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. Porsche 911 safety car controlling the field, and it will be Lauren Heinrich who lead the field away down towards turn 1, a very difficult braking zone. Turn 1 here at the Nürburgring. It's quite steep downhill and very, very tight at the apex, so you've got to be super careful not to get in any tangles with other drivers, particularly if you're Team HRT Mercedes and you've got a championship to try and win. They will start from the second row there. Norbert Kist in that yellow and blue Bilstein-backed machine. Watch out for Sami Matti Trogan in that black and red Alpecin Volkenhorst BMW. The revs are beginning to rise. The drivers are desperate to get let off the leash. The Porsche safety car will pull in and we'll be ready to go racing in the Lego Technic 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Green, green, green! We're racing! And Lauren Heinrich has got Charlie Collins in the Lamborghini right on his case. Will Collins make a look in towards turn 1? No, but Sami Matti Trogan will. Look at Sami Matti Trogan in the black and red BMW trying to make his way through on Charlie Collins. Collins tries to fight back as well. Sticks it up the inside. Sami Matti Trogan sees him coming and says, oh, I better give a bit of room here as well to avoid any contact. And a little bit of contact to the back of the Volkenhorst car from the Team BMW bank machine as well. Collins gets second position back, but Lauren Heinrich, he's off at a canter, Simil.
Indeed he has, and there's some argy-bargy going on in the background as well with HRT and Der Esports, both of them making contact consistently. Has that led to some damage for our title leader?
Oh, they will certainly hope not. Oh, contact! Oh. Contact for Team HRT and DOR Esports. Mala go through. Mala Porsche goes through there with Phil Dennis on board. So the two championship contenders are absolutely side by side here. HRT Mercedes and Mala Porsche, neither will want to give best here. They're side by side into the chicane. And Dennis just too good on the brakes. And I tell you what, Simil, if you're in the HRT pit box right now, you're going to be very worried about a potential penalty there. Oh, nerfed off. Heusingville in the wall by Phoenix Lamborghini. Dear oh dear.
I think we're kind of getting the last day at school vibes, Peter. People are taking this a bit too carelessly. There's been a couple of major crashes and crucially, HRT could be getting a penalty. This could be the big one that we're all talking about. The big event that changes things in favor of Mahler. Could we see a new champion here today?
Oh, well, last day of school, you nailed it there, Sumil. But Zach Campbell leads away the Cup 2 field. Gwanda have a significant advantage in the championship here, so they're just wanting to get this job done and get a championship for that crew. And Zach Campbell hard on the brakes down into turn 1. So cool under pressure is the young American. And they all jostle for position. It's so tricky and technical in that opening stage, especially on cold tyres.
Indeed it is, and we can see Asher battling IES Sim Racing, and they could be having a major bite into the podium pie as they get away onto the outside line. Had a wonderful start, mind you. Asher was around P5, P6 in the qualifying, but to see them up in P3 is incredible, and there they are getting P3 back on them. In a similar case like Mahler and HRT, Asher are facing the odds. If something big happens to Coanda, they have to be right there to capitalize. And so far, so good on the start.
Yeah, they come into this race to Coanda with an 11-point advantage, so nearly job done. But it's not over yet. We've seen Coanda, at round one, taken out of the lead, and they scored, I think, 1 point. So it can go wrong very quickly through no fault of your own. So this will be a kind of nerve-wracking. Oh, we've got Spinner off. Oh, it's the Team Bernhard car. It's the Team 75 Bernhard machine off before we've even reached the Nordschleife. Well, you got it with the last day of school, Sumil. Gee whiz.
Yeah. It's been a major case of property vandalization here at the Nürburgring. What we've seen walls been hit, we've seen grass been trimmed off, we've seen carbon fiber broken down, virtual carbon fiber that is. I don't know what's happening here today, Peter. This is bonkers.
Certainly is. Well, Corsim Racing, they lead away in the SP10 category. They are already crowned champions. They got that sealed up at the final round, at the last round, excuse me. But Pascal Stix will start this car after Carl Janssen taking qualifying duties. The two RSO cars buzzing around the back of the Corsim Racing machine. And look at, Spinner, no! It's the Deutsche Payment machine. Spins at turn one. Oh dear, oh dear. A good start from Volkenhorst there in fourth place in the BMW.
Indeed, yeah, they've been able to manage things out quite well, but I wonder if Deutsche Payment will be asking for some Deutsche Payment to maybe compensate for the damage. Not so much of the parts, because that's not really a thing in virtual racing, but to the egos and to the kind of race that they were about to construct. It's a major hit, right? As we've always said in the world of racing, you can't win a race on lap one, but you can certainly lose it, and my word, have they lost it there big time.
They managed to recover and get to the back of the pack quite quickly, so at least they haven't lost the train, have Deutsche Payment, so that's a bit of good news, I suppose. But is this the day where we see BMW take the fight to Porsche, who have absolutely pulverised the field in this SP10 championship? But the BMW is definitely looking stronger early on. Last class to go into the race is the SP3T with TCR machinery. Got another one of the Porsches. Race Fox off as the Schütz machine goes by. So Team Heusingveld will lead us away into 3 hours of racing in their beautiful silver, blue and red machine. Off they go. Great start, great getaway there for Team Heusingveld. Marcel T, a winner of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring VCO, and Corentin Guinness for Corsim Racing back to third early on. It's Low Grip Racing who move up into second place.
Indeed they do, and they are surging past with potentially a move on Heusingveld on the cards a little while later. But one thing I've got to point out right at the off, we weren't quite aware of this, but their liveries in support of Ukraine, considering the political circumstances of this time, it's a great gesture, great to see. And I wonder if Co will actually get the move on Low Grip right now. Not quite, but this is a good start. Really encouraging for Low Grip so far.
Very encouraging indeed. So, what a start to this, a dramatic start we should say, to this fifth and final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. This is the 3-hour Lego Technic race. And Low Grip Racing, they're wanting to break up the establishment. It's been all about Heusingveld and Corsim Racing all season. But Low Grip Racing, number 407 there, with Stefan Scheller making himself very much a nuisance to the Team Heusingveld car in the opening stages as they jostle for position going through the Sabine Schmitz curve. But already the top class, they're nearly finished the opening lap as well, so they're going to come across these TCR machines quite quickly, Simil.
Yeah, and that can definitely lead to some major problems. I think we've seen it in the last couple of rounds where one or two of the SP9 cars end up making contact with the TCRs at really tight spots. So keep a keen eye on that. That can be a significant problem. But here comes Walkenhorst.
Here they go then. Walkenhorst opening up the Munich muscle there and pulling into second position. So Sami Matti Trogan, he wants this win. He's been so close to a win all season. He'll want to make sure that it's that number 34 Alpecin car on the top step of the podium. Sumil, what have you seen?
I just realized something, Peter. I really counted Walkenhorst out of this fight for P3 in the championship. Talking about a win, if Walkenhorst actually get those 15 points, they will jump up to 31. Landgraf currently out on 24, BS Competition on 23, Bank on 22, and Winward on 19. If Walkenhorst can actually get that win, which they seemingly are in contention for, out of P7, they can suddenly become P3 in the championship. A big if, I know, but still, it's something.
Okay, so we're seeing that there's an investigation an incident between car 88, that's Lauren Heinrich, the leader, and the number 34 Walkenhorst BMW. Now, looking also at race control, this is very strange, actually. Shamila, I'm looking at the penalty, and I need to do a bit of translation, but we need to, of course, we do have some drivers in this opening stint who are not a real-world driver, and see who will be getting a penalty and who won't in this case.
Exactly, and the race control, they're working so hard consistently to try and keep us up to date with everything that happens, and we can try and, of course, keep you up to date with all the things that go on live in real time. But so far, no penalties. We have seen a couple of incidents be under investigation. That is HRT and Coanda, case in point, and also one with Kart Raceland Esports, OKCCS, and Ring Fit Sim Racing. But otherwise, nothing as such in terms of penalties for now. But that doesn't mean that this will remain the case all the way through, because clearly, right, we could see that HRT, they did have a bit of an incident with Dirt Esports, and that's also on the list of investigations. I think this could completely flip the switch in the championship, Peter. This could really be that one big hit, or for that matter, the equalizer, because remember, Marla have a success penalty to serve as well.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that Mala, this championship is coming down to really between Mala Porsche, the number 91, and the HRT Mercedes, and that is the HRT Mercedes is number 4, and it comes down to that. But the difference is Team HRT Mercedes do not have a success penalty to serve, whereas Mala Porsche, of course, have to serve a 30-second penalty, which in this context is a huge amount. And the points, interestingly as well, Shamil, the points really do drop off if you don't win the race. They fall away quickly.
Yeah, they do indeed, and that's the tricky part. I think beyond P8, it's just 1 point each for everyone else, right? So that's not a major amount, and critically enough, we are seeing HRT right now, if I'm not mistaken, in around P8, is it? Yeah, HRT in P8 as well. So that's the tricky thing. They'll only be getting 1. Marla, I think around 2. That's the tricky part. As of now, we will see them equal on points, isn't it? Or is my math that bad?
I think we'll get into the math later, I think.
Oh no, Marla would still be 1 point behind. Marla will be 1 point behind, as it stands, that is. But again, subject to change, Marla will be getting that 30-second success penalty, and HRT could be getting a penalty of their own way. But the important part for Marla is they are ahead of HRT, and by some margin. I think they've pulled around 2 seconds in those last couple of laps, so they are doing what they need to. They are putting the distance between themselves and their major rivals.
Yes, they certainly are. Well, Guanda Simsport lead then with Lauren Heinrich, 7:48.562. That's an incredible lap time from not quite a flying start, from a rolling start. That's unbelievable, actually. But not far behind. Sami Matti-Trogan is not letting Heinrich get away. Really impressive from the Finn. Less than a second separates them at the front. And also in third, Lego Technic Esports. Charlie Collins sits in third position at the moment. A couple of seconds further back is Bruno Spengler for Team BMW Bank. BS Competition rounding out the top 5. Team Landgraf are in 6th. Mala Racing Team, they've dropped back to 7th as well. So they are ahead of Team HRT, but only just.
Only just indeed! Look at what's happening in the GT4. Tiergarten, Peter. Tiergarten, my word. Again, should we put out the Tiergarten counter? That's one major side-by-side incident that we saw over there, and luckily, everyone goes home safe.
Beautiful move there from the RN Vision STS BMW over the chutes BMW in SP10, that RM Vision car, the 333 machine, driven by, now interesting looking at my entry list, that's driven by Milan Tekens at the moment. Very nice move there from Milan. So already I think traffic is going to be a big factor here actually in these opening stages, Sybil, because we have seen, I think the TCRs are maybe started a little bit later in comparison to the SP9 than they have in other rounds, because they definitely, we usually saw the SP, when the TCR started, the SP9s were sort of about 3/4 of the way around the lap, but they were nearly finished the lap when the TCRs finally got going again. So we could see that becoming a factor quite quickly.
Indeed, yeah. And as we mentioned early on, we've seen so many incidents like that. I think we only have to go back to the last race where BS Competition, wasn't it? Yeah, BS Competition got involved in a major incident because there, one of the TCR cars spun out on the grass. They came back onto the track and there was nowhere to go. So BS Competition and Windward Mercedes both had major front end damage. BS actually had to retire the car. And look at the battle on track. That's the more important part. I'll come back to this. But my word, Kart Raceline have to defend really hard from AMC, and they have done that quite well. So great racing on that point. But coming back to the whole TCR debate, they can be a bit of moving roadblocks for SP9s because SP9s are so eager to get past all the time. And if a TCR car makes a slight mistake for that matter, even if we see some misjudgment like we saw with Josh Rogers in round 2 for Kowa in the same sport, it could be major implications for any car, and you never know which car is going to strike, right? It can be anyone who can be hit by that.
Change of lead in the TCR category. Corentin Guinez has got ahead of Marcel T for the lead for Core Sim Racing. So Core Sim Racing have to score big to try and overhaul Team Huizenveld in the championship. At the moment, the gap between them, depending on drop scores, etc., is 8 points. So really, they need to win the race and hope that Huizenveld hit problems. No further action for cars 4 and 20. That's huge. That is the Team HRT Mercedes and the Dor Esports Lamborghini. So Team HRT fans can breathe a huge sigh of relief that they got away with that one.
Interesting stuff. Of course, lap 1, so you can always put a shade of doubt on that because tempers are always high. And what's happened here? Last day of school, Peter. Last day of school indeed. The BMW seems to be wrecked. Its steering column seems to be broken bad.
Seems like it, yeah. That's the Ring Fazard Sim Racing BMW, the 388 car there. It's driven by Robin Stahl. So, yeah, if you go off there at Arenberg, it's a big one. There is a gravel trap there that you're going to, if you get it wrong there, the gravel trap doesn't do a great deal to get the car slowed down. So that's huge then for the implications. Mala Porsche now have a huge amount of work to do. They've got to somehow get their way to the front. They cannot afford to be down the order. They've got to score. Well, it's not so much that they've only got to effectively beat Team HRT Mercedes in almost any position. It doesn't really matter. They've got to finish ahead of HRT. The problem is they've got to get at least 30 seconds ahead of them. That's the issue.
That's the point, and that's the tricky thing because HRT don't have that penalty anymore. So things just keep on getting trickier for Mahler, who actually have to pass BMW Bank, BS Competition, and then Landgraf. And I'll just tell you the names of the drivers who are racing in the cars ahead of Phil Dennis and Mahler. There's Bruno Spengler in the BMW Bank car again, Nürburgring 24-hour winner in the virtual world, and he's such a potent driver in the real world side as well. Niels Koch and Elias Sebanen. More on that in a second because Ring for Search. Wowee, that's a slam dunk. That's properly taken out there.
Yeah, that was the Race Fox car. That was really quite a sloppy one. Race Fox, Kevin Crosney, I think he will be feeling the wrath of the stewards for that one because that's pretty clumsy actually.
I don't know Foxes were clumsy.
No, they're usually very clever, yes.
Yeah. No, and Race Fox traditionally have been a very clever team. It's just, for some reason, the last couple of rounds, unfortunately, have been a bit messy for them. But you know for a fact that with them, better days are in store because they have showcased that so many times in so many other championships. But coming back to the whole point about the drivers ahead of Phil Denez right now, Bruno Spengler, Niels Koch, and Elias Sebanen. I mean, things just can't get harder than that, can it?
No, that's very true. Very true indeed. So 2 hours and 42 minutes to go here in the 3-hour Lego Technic race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. And Team Landgraf Mercedes here holding off the BS competition BMW. That's fighting over 4th position as well. Team BMW Bank in there with Bruno Spengler as well. But Lauren Heinrich leads with actually Walkenhorst BMW's Sami Matti-Trogen going quicker than Heinrich to the tune of 0.4 of a second now. So the gap is now just half a second between this pair. So Sami Matti-Trogen critically, if he can hold on to this gap, when they get to the Dottinger hole, he'll be able to start pulling a draft on Lauren Heinrich.
And we've seen Sami Matti-Trogen do that a couple of times. In fact, I remember in DNLS 3, if I'm not mistaken, he played a bit of a strategy now. We don't quite know if it was intentional or not, but Walkenhorst, they dropped off a couple of corners before the Dottinger her and chased down the car in front of them to get a good draft and seal that position in. Now, again, as I mentioned, we're not quite sure if it was intentional or it was a genuine mistake, but that can happen. Sami Matti doesn't need to do that right here. He's clearly in the best position possible under that 1 second mark in that region where the draft will be superb. You reckon we'll get a lead change, Peter? Because if we do, Walkenhorst can be pretty good controlling the lead.
That's the thing. We'll see what Sami Matti-Trogen is able to do. He's certainly on it at the moment.
I think it's shades of DNLS 2, wasn't it? The 9x3R Rennen, where we saw something very similar. A lead battle between Coanda and Walkenhorst, where Coanda initially were leading. Walkenhorst were able to jump them in the pits. Coanda made an error. Walkenhorst had damage. And so it was eventually, if I am not mistaken, Mahler who got the win. Fun stories.
Look at this train of cars, all top SP9 category machines with top drivers in them. But Corsim Racing, as they come to the end of the opening tour for SP3T, the end of the second tour, excuse me. It's Corentin Guinez who leads from Marcel T from the fantastic low grip racing car. We're having a great day. Stefan Scheller. So stop and hold 1 second for car 331. So that's the Racefox Porsche that we saw put the Ringfazire M4 into the wall at quite high speed. So a stop and hold for 1 second. So basically a stop-go penalty for that car. So a pretty significant penalty.
Yeah, but 1 second, that's a very unique way to kind of phrase out a penalty. First time I've seen that. But yeah, it kind of is deserved, isn't it, for what the incident was. Really harsh. The whole incident, that is, not the penalty, I mean.
Yes, I mean, it's race over, really, for Ringfazire, which is really a pity. And you would expect a little bit better from Racefox, to be honest. It's a real pity, but nevertheless, we've got battles, really tight battles at the front of the field in SP3T. In SP10, Team RSO have nudged into the lead by just over a second from Corsim Racing. And the Cup 2 category, slightly different. Zach Campbell already just coming about halfway through the third lap of the race, already 5 seconds in the lead. That Coanda team in Cup 2, particularly Samil, have just been fantastic.
They have, and there was a brief inkling in around race number 3 or something that maybe Coanda could lose the title with consistent mistakes coming in, and some of them, of course, out of their control, but no, they have regained control and they've done it so well. What's rather surprising to me is that Asher have had a bit drop off. In qualifying, they were in P number 7. Good that they're back in P number 3, but man, for a few races, they seem like genuine contenders to Coanda in terms of constructing a race, because Coanda, they are hot shots, right? They have the raw pace, they have everything, but a couple of times that does translate into a few mistakes, and Asher didn't quite have that until the last round, where things really unraveled for them.
Yeah, Asher Racing, they've been kind of threatened at times, but haven't just quite been able to put it together. Now.
Oh.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, Peter, Goodyear have got a penalty again for not having a real-world driver.
Well, that's simply not the case. Lauren Heinrich is a real-world driver. Yep. He's a Porsche Super Cup driver, so that's very bizarre. If I were Coanda, I would be arguing that one very hard because, a Porsche factory driver? No, anyone?
But they do have a strict set of regulations that you have to kind of meet to be a real-world driver in the series, which I shall do as BS competition get past the Landgraf Mercedes car, and then when we come to Tiergarten, things will get really, really tricky. But coming back to that point, I will get back to you with the exact list of criteria that you need to satisfy to be a real-world driver. But yeah, funnily enough, Goodyear SimSport, no penalty for them, 60-second stop hold for not having a real-world driver. Same goes for Lego Technic. So, hey, that's 2 of the top 3 getting a 60-second stop hold penalty. So this could be your battle for second place in the race. Also, MRS have got a penalty as well, so there's that.
Truly bizarre for a number of reasons. Lauren Heinrich, like I say, racing in the Porsche Super Cup, one of the most fiercely competitive outdoor racing series in the world, and a race winner in that. I think he actually qualifies as a real-world driver a lot more than some others. But anyway, there we go. 2 hours and 35 minutes to go here. And you've got to think, Shamil, Coanda will be... last time, absolutely fair enough. They did not have a real-world driver and they served the penalty. This time, they definitely do, but they don't... But they've been served the penalty anyway. It seems strange.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to find that exact document where it's mentioned exactly what you need to do to be classified as a real driver. And that criterion was pretty detailed as far as I can remember. But yeah, this one will sting because Heinrich, one of the best. And wait, I kind of get why they get the penalty now, because then it means that when they had Heinrich and Rogers previously, even that race might have counted as not having a real-world driver in that case. So Goodyear will be feeling hard done by in this case. But hey, rules are rules. You've got to abide by them. And if they say that Lauren Heinrich doesn't quite qualify as a real-world driver, he doesn't in that case. Well, I mean, what are you going to do about it?
Really bizarre. Bizarre. It's that's a strange one. But anyway, let's move on. The gap is actually opened up slightly, as we've been mentioning that. Lauren Heinrich has opened the gap up to 1.2 seconds to Sami Matti-Trogen. Charlie Collins has dropped off the scent a little bit. He's now 4.8 seconds back from the leader. So Heinrich is starting to really drop the hammer, as is his teammate over in the Cup 2 category, Zach Campbell, who's up the road. He's had to get up really early to run this race from his home in Atlanta, Georgia, but he's doing a super job.
He has indeed, and you can see it by the way Goodyear driving. And I think Zach has had to do that for so many races. He's been here for not all of them, because I remember David Williams once going solo all the way through, which you can also do for one race a year, by the way. But yeah, Campbell has been superb. David Williams has been superb. Both these drivers have really kind of solidified the Goodyear dominance in the Cup 2 category. And now, I want to see more with IES and Asher, which is what we're getting to see on screen right now. Both of them having a bit of a battle. Sim Racing Academy back, getting a bit too close for comfort. But hey, this two-way fight continues on big time.
Brilliant stuff there for the Asher Racing machine, getting the position, or holding on to the position. Up into second place is Martin Asher, team owner, with Simon Amoser in the 269 right behind with the blue and white car with the gold wheels. Very snazzy looking machine that is. And then right behind them it's Sim Racing Academy and German Sim Racing .de in there as well. Just at the back of shot, the Deutsche Payment car in 6th in class. So it won't be too worried. The drivers in SP9, they're about halfway through their 4th lap of the race so far. We usually see the drivers come in around lap 6 after 6 complete laps to take their first pit stop as well. The real world drivers have to run a minimum drive time of 45 minutes continuously in this race, which usually is knocked off in the opening stint.
Peter, I've got a bit of an update on Lauren Heinrich and the classifications that you need to have to be classified as the real-world driver. So, it says that you need to have an existence of a valid international C automobile license, which I think shouldn't be an issue. Listed in the FIA driver categorization 2021 list, platinum, gold, silver, bronze, which I'd imagine Lauren Heinrich would make.
Yes, he is. He's a silver, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Participation in at least 10 real NLS VLN championship races, or in an official 24-hour race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which was finished in classification. I think that's where the hindrance is, isn't it?
I think there's been plenty other rear-wheel drivers who don't fit that category either, to be honest. But that's very strange. It's going to be very difficult. Now that maybe explains why it's difficult for teams to get hold of a rear-wheel driver if that's
exactly
the categorization you've got to go to. Very strange. But there we go. Now there's an incident being investigated between car 205. That's Phoenix Racing, and car 292. This is in the Cup 2 category, Sim Racing Academy Red. So something going on there. Phoenix Racing far down the order. Team RSO have got into the lead in SP10, but Pascal 6, he's not giving this one up in that core car.
He hasn't, and this battle is turning out to be a lot of fun. And let's be clear, this just clearly has been the battle of the season in terms of two teams, because all the time on the track, there's just no separating them. Core and RSO, they're always together. You can call them a bit like lovebirds in a way in this series, but where the difference arises is just in the construction of the races, and I think it's so evident, right? Both of them have been together on track most of the times, but the gap coming into this race was around 18 points. Why? A couple of bad races for RSO. They've always been together, but some bad luck here, some bad luck there, slight underperformance in correlation to Core, and there we are. The gap is huge. Because remember, if you're first, it's 15. If you're second, it's 11. So that's RSO consistently dropping 4 points every time they finish behind, and they've done that twice this year.
So we hope you're enjoying the coverage here on the LEGO Technic live stream. This is the 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, sponsored by LEGO Technic. So a penalty for Sim Racing Academy Red, a drive-through penalty. So that's important for the Cup 2 category. That car is now already serving is about to serve this penalty, sitting in 5th in class at the moment, but that'll drop them right down the order.
That's going to be a big hit.
And we'll get the good thing is we'll get a look at that to see what the reasoning behind that was. But a clash between the 205 Phoenix Racing Porsche and the 292 Sim Racing Academy Porsche in the Porsche Cup category. But this has been what we've seen all season long in SP10. The two Porsche Caymans of Team RSO and Core Sim Racing. It's been quite extraordinary. But let's have a look at our Goodyear replay. And yeah, that'll do it. Goodness me.
Ooh, that's a hit. That's a hit and a half. Kind of deserved in a way. And that Phoenix Racing car just hasn't quite had the rub of the luck, because they've been involved in incidents. They have been causing a couple of incidents here and there as well. It's just never ended well for them, unfortunately, so far this year.
It's the rub of the green.
Rub of the green, exactly.
Rub of the green. It's which, ironically, for the colour of that car. No further action for the incident between car 70 for Team Landgraf Mercedes and the number 89 BS Competition BMW. Okay.
There was a bit of a protest going on there. I just saw it a couple of minutes ago, and it was, I think, just moving on to braking. No, that's the wrong protest that I'm reading. But there's no information as such. Maybe some contact here and there, but no incidents, no further action on that. So that's quite good to see. At least we can carry on that battle fairly and squarely. But that said, Landgraf have just registered a protest for BMW Bank. Just right now, a second ago. What's going on here? Why is all the squabbling?
Well, interestingly, we've got car 70, Mercedes Team Landgraf. They've come into the pits at the end of their 4th lap. So they are taking service. Now remember, Team Landgraf Mercedes have to serve a 10-second success penalty. So maybe they feel similar, but getting out of that train where maybe they felt they were either being held up or hampered, or that it was maybe too risky. and have decided to take their success penalty. Side by side between Bruno Spengler and Phil Dennis, two drivers who know each other very well, and Spengler just pulls out of the way and Dennis goes flying through.
Indeed, yeah. So Mahler are able to get the jump on this one, and I wonder why BMW Bank have let them go so easily. But interesting developments these. I'm very, very confused about that whole pit stop and why they actually did that. It's a bit confusing because that just means that quite simply you'll have to get back and have a bit of a short stop later on. So it kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I wonder if they're maybe back timing to the end of the race, quite possibly. Maybe now they'll do two long stints, two 7-lap stints, and see where they go from there, quite possibly. I don't think a team, unless Team Landgraf have had to pit for damage, that's a possibility. But I doubt that's the case. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. Just coming through about halfway through the fifth lap of the race for the top running teams. Lauren Heinrich leads by 2.5 seconds from Sami Matti Trogan with the Lego Technic Lamborghini of Charlie Collins, 6.6 seconds off the leader. Now, interestingly, in fourth place as well, we have BS Competition. They're only 9.8 off the leader. But those two BMWs, we could well see a BMW win here today, Sumil, because Valkenhorst and BS Competition neither have a success penalty to serve, whereas, you know, Coanda Simsport have got a 60-second penalty to serve, as do Lego Technic Esports. So it's looking good, possibly, for the first BMW win of the season.
Yeah, and well deserved actually. Valkenhorst have been thereabouts all the time. We've seen a couple of times where Valkenhorst nearly had the win, but kind of lost it for reasons, sometimes on their own, sometimes out of their control. But good to see them in the race lead, and we could perhaps also see Mahler get towards the podium. So HRT have to get their act together. They have to pass BMW Bank and get as close as possible to Mahler, because as we said, Peter, early on, the points really increase dramatically the higher up you go. Mahler, well, they have a success penalty to serve, obviously, but if they can get somewhere around the podium and HRT are not so much around there, well, things are going to be interesting for the championship.
Yes, they certainly are. That is for sure. Now the contact between Team BMW Bank and Team Landgraf is under investigation. So if there happens to be more penalties getting added left, right and centre, if you're Mala Porsche, really this is good news for you. It's not so good news for Team HRT. They need basically cars to make it to the flag unencumbered, so they can win over Mala Porsche. But this is fascinating to see how this is going to play out over the course of the day, and we won't really know until Team Mala Porsche have served their 30-second success penalty how much of a mountain they have to climb to try and win this championship.
Yeah, it's going to be big. I wonder how they can actually shed off their 30-second penalty. That's going to be the interesting part. Of course, they take it in the pit lane, in the penalty box, so that's one thing. But I guess they'll have ample of time, right? Because the kind of pace that Mahler have shown so far this year, they can shed it off. They can maybe come back to around P4 or P5. But again, it's the question that we asked right at the very top. Is P4 or P5 enough for them? It'll lead HRT to have a bit of a bad day. And so far, there was one window, one chance where that could have happened with that penalty. But again, that penalty is gone. So HRT, well, they're in a comfortable spot, and Mahler have to do it the hard way around now.
Yes, they do. And it's interesting, Sumil, we look back all the way to that opening round of the season, that, you know, they were in place for the minimum a second place finish, maybe a win after that incredible battle between Phil Dennis and Danny Giosa in the last lap. But a contact with Giosa gave an incident penalty, and they had to serve a drive-through and drop right down the order and scored nothing. And they've kind of been chasing back from that all the way through.
They have. I think that first race was kind of symbolic of what we were going to see throughout the season. Mahler versus HRT, Mahler constantly on the chase, and yeah, that penalty at the end stung hard. What if they didn't have it? Okay, even if they finished second, right, that would have been huge, because considering how the season has panned out, Mahler only 2 points of a gap heading into this race. What could have been? And these kind of questions always pop up in our mind eventually, but fact of the matter is, they are stacked. I mean, conditions are stacked up well and truly against them. And I have to think that something extraordinary must happen for them to get a big win up ahead. That kind of thing can happen because Coin and Lego Technic have penalties, but still, how will they have that much of a time gap to HRT, who have that, who don't have that penalty looming behind them, is what I mean to say.
Now we've got a change again for the lead in the SP3T. Marcel T has got back past Corsim Racing's Corns and Guinness. In fact, Guinness has dropped back to third, and the 407 low grip racing car of Stefan Scheller has gone up into second. So there's a real humdinger going on for the lead in SP3T.
Yeah, good to see low grip racing in the competition, because so far, as you mentioned, it's been a bit of a duopoly between Hersingveld and Co. Nice to see some competition right here, and low grip making sure that this series is well and truly stacked up with fighting. And I wonder how this will end out, because these two teams are so close together, barely a couple of tenths to separate them.
Timo Sunninen here running in the number 57 Team Windward Mercedes AMG car, the World Rally Championship driver, previously for Ford and for Hyundai as well, and running in the Windward Mercedes. Also, I believe he's Finnish sim racing, a former Finnish sim racing champion as well. So Timo very quick in the simulator, trying to make his way through. Oh, sideways! Oh, has he held it? I think he has. Well, there's his rally experience coming into play. My goodness. To give context, that's one of the fastest parts of the circuit. That's at Kesselchen, fifth gear, maybe even sixth gear. Wow. That will get you awake.
How did he keep it? I don't get it. I was just about to say, the Mercedes kind of looks in sync. It doesn't look out of place with these Cup 2 cars because they're so fast and they're so bold in terms of their looks. But there we had an example of how things can go wrong. And seriously, Peter, this is why Timo is one of the best out there. Again, a bit eager, but the way he held it, the way everyone held it, I don't know, man. This is just out of my belief. This is just crazy.
I think he did keep it out the wall, actually. Just.
He did, yes.
Yeah. Quite exceptional car control there from Timo Sunninen. But that definitely will have raised the heart rate through the roof for Timo Sunninen. We'll try and get a look at it for you. Oh my! Drive-through penalty for the number 34 Balkan Horse. Oh, what do they have to do after an incident? So they are in second at the moment, 2.5 seconds behind Lauren Heinrich, but that will drop them down the order. So let's have a look at Timo Sunninen there. He's just at the back of shot in that black Mercedes. He's got two Porsche Cup cars ahead of him, can't find a way through, so he'll be off the throttle now, trying to find his way through. He just can't quite find a way, thinking, right, I'll go round the outside at Moot Curve. That's incredible.
And they made contact and still none of them went into the barriers. I just can't comprehend it. Really just can't comprehend it.
That is just...
Well, something fun's happening, Peter. I'll get back to you on why Walking Horse had that penalty, because I can't quite see an official reason for that yet. But Mahler are under investigation because they had a bit of an incident with the Core 403 SP3T team. What is it? Is every team in SP9 going to be under investigation today? What sort of record are we trying to set here today?
Well, that might explain why Cornton Green has just dropped off the centre of the lead just a little bit, only by a little bit. But we said traffic would cause an issue, and right now that incident with Timo Sunninen is also under investigation. So the stewards have been kept very, very busy indeed. Well, you're watching the action from the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. This is the 3-hour Lego Technic race. Who will be crowned champion at the end of the day? Will it be Team HRT Mercedes, or will it be Mala Porsche? Well, we will find out in 2 hours and 17 minutes time. We'll have all the action for you here on the Lego Technic live stream. It's Peter Mackay and Samil Arora in the commentary box, taking you through all the action and we will be right back with you in just a moment.
Herzlich willkommen. Auf den Gewinner wartet ein großes Preisgeld.
Cut! Mittagspause.
Willst du wissen, wer gewinnt? Dann hol dir Giga TV. Da ist jetzt Netflix inklusive.
Alle Spieler zum Set.
Für nur 19,99 €.
Das volle Programm mit bis zu 2500 Filmen auf Abruf. Giga TV, jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the LEGO Technic 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Samil Arora in the commentary box here on the LEGO Technic live stream, and this is your 1-2-3 in SP3T. Team Heusingveld from Low Grip Racing, sorry, my apologies, Team Heusingveld from Corsim Racing with Low Grip Racing right there in third place. This has been the battle of the day, Samil.
It's been amazing, and Heusingveld finally getting the upper hand on both these teams, but the question is, for how long? Because constantly, all of these three have been fighting hard and fighting fair and square. But that's the amazing part. We've seen HRT come in the middle and kind of disturb Code a little bit. It doesn't matter though, because all the time with TCRs, you end up seeing this lovely little train and they end up fighting so hard at the very end. I'm super pumped up to see how this battle eventually ends up, and the thing with TCRs is, more often than not, they're super clean, and when they're not clean, these cars are built like tanks. But Peter, I've got some news. Do you want to listen to why Walking Horse has that penalty and why essentially the top three cars of this race are all going to have big penalties? Do you know why?
Go on.
It's in qualifying, they entered the pit lane from the GP circuit, not from the Nordschleife.
See, okay.
And they've got a drive-through penalty for that. That is just such an irritating reason to get a penalty for. It's the simplest thing, but stuff happens, unfortunately.
It does. You can see there Mala Porsche and Team BMW Bank going into the penalty box to serve their success penalties from the last race. Lauren Heinrich brings the number 88 Coanda Porsche in for service, as does Charlie Collins hopping out of the Lamborghini Huracan for LEGO Technic Esports. Volkenhorst BMW in as well, Team HRT Mercedes, BS Competition BMW as well, and Volkenhorst almost beating the Coanda Sim Sport Porsche out of pit lane, almost, but that drive-through penalty, of course, hanging over them. And that's just a matter of execution, really, than anything. That's a rule the team should know, and just a sloppy one there for Volkenhorst.
Yeah, which is very un-Volkenhorst-like, because usually they're so sharp and precise about these things, and it just means that Coanda, Volkenhorst, LEGO Technic, they've got penalties, and that's the top 3 of this race, which means that BS Competition, again, they will be in P number 4 right now, but when they come out, I mean, they are net P number 1 as it stands. So BS Competition will be net P1, HRT will be net P2, Bank should be net P3, and MRS net P4, which means Mala are net P5, or somewhere around that region, considering how all these other 3 teams cycle out. But whatever it is deadly for Mala, because that's a lot of points being lost to HRT, who are currently penalty-free and in a really tight and really good spot.
Well, don't write Mala Racing Team off just yet, because they are now penalty-free. They have served what they need to serve. They are 24 seconds back from Team HRT. So effectively, the good thing is, for our mathematical skills, is that basically whoever finishes ahead of Team HRT and Mala will win the championship, unless something very strange happens. So it's really down to the kind of time delta between them. So this next stint is mighty important. Rainer Talvar has jumped on board the Mala Porsche. He's taken over from Phil Dennis. Norbert Kiss has stayed on board the Team HRT Mercedes, as we've got a Talladega drag race on the Dottinger Road going on here. Wow.
Last time we went 3 wide here, it did not end well, but this time, I suppose it will. That's a 3 wide in the Cup 2 category. And
look at that.
Isn't it? Yeah. Isn't that the Winwood car?
Yes, that's an SP9 car. That's a full GT3 car, and it's got these Porsche Cup cars going just as fast on the straight. These Porsche Cup machines are absolute rocket ships in a straight line. Quite extraordinary, and they really draft well as well. So Timo Sunonen going, God, give me some braking zones, give me some corners so I can get away from these guys.
And luckily there is some respite in terms of stoppages, so there is that. Finally, some breathing room for the Winwood car. My apologies, but yeah, luckily there was a bit of gap, and we didn't quite see any major damages go on in there. Because seriously, that could have ended very, very badly. Now, a quick word on the drivers, right? About who stepped into the Mala car. It's Rainer Talvar. Rainer, so far this year, has raced for BS Competition, and he has been pretty consistent all the way through. But they are missing Ryan Barneveld, and we've seen so many times, Peter, in critical stints, Ryan Barneveld has been the go-to man for Mala. He's not racing for them today. Do you think that'll impact their ability to come back a little bit? Again, this by no means says that Rainer Talvar is a bad driver, but Ryan Barneveld is just kind of fit into that role so well so far this year for Mala. He'll be a big miss.
Well, I think let's wait and see how it plays out. At the moment, the gap has gone up between Mala and Team HRT. It's gone up to about 25 seconds, but it will fluctuate over the course of the stint. It's over the whole course of the stint. So remember, it was about 24 when they came out of pit lane. So when they come back into pit lane in the next pit stops, we'll see if HRT or Mala have got the advantage. But this is your battle for the lead at the moment. Mac Backham has taken over the number 88 Coanda Simsport Porsche from Lauren Heinrich, and Sami Matti Trogan hunting down the Coanda star right now in the Volkenhorst BMW. Remember, Volkenhorst have a drive-through penalty to serve, which will, of course, drop them out of this contention. And I just wonder if maybe Sami Matti Trogan, will he try and make a move here? Will he not? We'll see. But he's got a bit of a run now on the Porsche. This is where the grunt of the BMW could come in handy. The Porsche's not really got the top end. And here he goes. Look at that mirror signal maneuver. Sami Matti-Trogen using the Munich muscle to just breeze by on the Kesselchen.
That was brave, and it's really smart driving by Mac Backham as well to let Sami Matti go past, because seriously, there's no point. If you find it a bit too hard, both of you are going to end up outside, and you've also got to remember that knowing Coanda, they can perhaps get the edge on Walkenhorst on track, so there's no point in fighting too hard right now. Again, 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go. Why bother? Let him go past, maybe get back on him in terms of proper racing when you've got a good room in, let's say, at a place like Dottinger for that matter.
So coming up to 1/3 distance here in the Lego Technic 3-hour race. In fact, all of the SP9 cars have taken their opening pit stop of the day. Not too much change in strategy yet, but interestingly, Landgraf, the only crew that have really gone off strategy a little bit compared to everybody else.
And again, there's a lot of curiosity about why Landgraf did that. No answer as such about what exactly happened. We didn't quite see them making any contact with anyone too, so it's really all just up in the air right now. But why Landgraf stopped so early on in their stint? Maybe they could be backtracking, maybe they just had damage, who knows, maybe time will tell as things go on. But good to see battles going on in every class, not just SP9. I think that's one thing we often end up neglecting, isn't it? That considering how competitive the top class is, we just don't speak about the other classes as much, but it's good to see battles going on here in SP10 and even in SP3T, Peter. That late battle has been frantic so far today.
Yeah, I think Landgraf, I think they were actually forced to pit. Looking at the pit stop times, they've taken 30 seconds longer in the pit stops, in the pit box, than any of their rivals. So I do think it was a repair to take. So yes, I think that's why. Now we've got our first takers in SP10 for FIA GT4 machinery. Corsom Racing are in, as are Team RSO. These two cars really have been glued together, not just for all of this race, but all season long. It's been super to watch. It really has gone Corsom Racing's way in the races, but it has not been a domination, that is for certain. This is the battle for the top 10. ERC Sasha Ziefel trying to hold off Julian Reimer at the moment in the Phoenix Racing Lamborghini, number 5. So although not able to run their familiar Audi, closest thing they could get was a Lamborghini Huracan. Runs the same engine, 5.2 litre V10 in that car. And what an engine it is. The fact that you can still buy a car with a normally aspirated V10 is for me, a very, very good thing.
It is indeed, but I can only imagine what the taxes on that must be like. But again, it's dumb on me, because if you can buy a Lamborghini, you can certainly pay the taxes, can't you?
Very good point. Yes, very good point. It must be pretty. It must be pretty hefty as well. It does make you think. I remember the 5.7 litre V10 in the Porsche Carrera GT. That's what an engine, which actually has very strong roots to the Footwork Formula One engine from the mid-90s. There's a lot of common threads. That's why it kind of sounds like an old Formula One car, the Carrera GT. But this is where you get an engine working at its very hardest through Antonius Bucca here after the 3-kilometre drag down the Dottinger hose side by side. Oh, and the Phoenix car just squeezes by. Oh my, oh my. Oof, Julian Reimer just getting through and no more there.
This side just never gets old. Here, Garten, cars going side by side, one car squeezing past the other. This just never gets old, seriously. And regardless of whatever category it is also, because SP9, SP3Ts, SP10s, regardless of who does that, it still is such an exhilarating sight to watch, in my word. Phoenix really played it bold over there. And again, smart on the TUV Rhineland car as well to back off. They can maybe fight right here, right now, and get an edge on them at the Nordschleife. Hey, more battles. Corsom Racing having a good day in Cup 2. Unfortunately, that's been a bit of a rare side, but good to see them running properly this time, because their season has been full of bad luck.
Yeah, good run from Ronald Grossman. the course and racing driver. He actually, believe it or not, although he is definitely not Scottish, he does take part in the Scottish Motor Racing Club Sim Racing Series as well. We're very international in the Scottish Motor Racing Club. And although he did, I've definitely got over it, Sumil, but he did punt me off at the hairpin at Knockhill, and I've definitely forgiven him for it, and I'm not bitter about it at all. I was leading at the time too.
That just makes it even more. What's the word I'm looking for? That just makes it sting even more, doesn't it? But hey, that makes me ask a question. What's so Scottish about the Scottish Motorsport Club in that case then?
Well, the Scottish Motor Racing Club is the organising club that anyone from all around the world could come and take part. If they wish to, yes. Just like, someone from Scotland could go and race in, I don't know, the Darley District Motor Club or somewhere like that. It's bump draft from Ronald Grossman. That is, this is proper Talladega stuff here as well. It's Ronald Grossman trying to get what's called a bump draft. This is a bit of a NASCAR technique where you, instead of pulling out of the draft and hitting the big wall of air, you stay behind the car in front and effectively push them forward. And Ronald actually showing a very good example there of how to bump draft. So
Crazy.
The Cup 2 category are now all taking their pit stop. Kwanda Simsport with a pretty significant lead coming into the pits, about 12 seconds. But let's see what will happen after the pit stop. When will Zach hand over to teammate David Williams?
That is such a well-balanced car, isn't it? Zach Campbell on one side, David Williams on another. You are getting quality on both ends, and which is why Kwanda have been so good so far this year, just barely having a weakling. Just luck, unfortunately, not playing on their side sometimes. And Walkenhorst trying to force their way past one of the lap cars. That's our Envision. That's the BMW. And my word, this is just bold stuff. SP lines really intimidate the other cars, and it's strange that we don't get to see more crashes because these guys really leave it late.
This is now, so Valkenhorst, they're still in the game here. Valkenhorst have now served their drive-through penalty. They're only 20 seconds off the lead. They're only 10 seconds from second place. And that second place car, well, in fact, actually, really, so the leading car right now is Mac Backham for Kwanda Simsport. They have a 60-second penalty to serve later on in the race. Lego Technic Esports in second place, they also have a 60-second penalty to serve. BS Competition are effectively your net leader in third place. Valkenhorst are only 9 seconds back from that and have served their penalty. So we've got a BMW. Actually, it doesn't look like it at the moment, but we've got a BMW slugfest for the victory here.
That is correct, and let's be honest, Walkenhorst have seemingly been faster so far today than BS Competition, but BS Competition do have a bit of a time gap now. Will that shrink in the pit lane? Not sure. What will Walkenhorst do in that case to try and counter that off? Again, they can drive fast, but will they do anything different in terms of strategy? That's the key part that we will be watching out for in these next 2 hours. But it's interesting, right? Sammy Matty-Trogan, he's got this scenario mode kind of thing on right now where he has to close down the gap and he has ample of time for that. But if that's the case, even HRT could be fighting for the win, right? So this effectively is a battle for net P2 or maybe even P1 considering how they closed down BS Competition. I love it. So unpredictable.
It is absolutely extraordinary. Team BMW Bank, don't write them off either. Kai Kashube at the wheel of the number 7 car, taking over from Bruno Spengler at the pit stop there. He's only 10 seconds back from Team HRT. So, yeah, it's very tight at the front, so no mistakes can come into this. There's just so many fast cars up the front. Mali Racing Team, they've really... that gap between them and Team HRT, their championship rival, it's still sitting at 24 seconds, so there's virtually no budging at all from either side in terms of pace. But at the front of SP3T, this has been the battle of the race, without a shadow of a doubt. Corsim Racing, Team Hoisingville and Low Grip Racing, all absolutely glued together on the timing sheets and on the circuit. Now, in the championship implications for this class, Team Hoisingville have pretty reasonable advantage in the championship. So Corsim Racing need to win and Team Hoisingveld to finish really worse than even leading in this group. So Hoisingveld right now, Simil, really, they don't have to take the risks here. They're quite happy like this. They can finish in third if that, and that's perfectly fine. They will win the championship like that.
Yeah, and Hoisingveld have done this so many times in so many other endurance racing categories in iRacing. Know exactly what to do and can be super composed on the moment when they need to be super composed. And this is where their composure must come in handy. And it's just about realizing that, because naturally as a racing driver, sometimes you want to fight, sometimes you want to get those big positions, but they must realize P3 isn't bad. Even if they drop down behind low grip racing, things will be fine. They are going to win the championship either way. Why bother taking extra risks when you can clearly claim the championship this way? I wonder how they drive though, because naturally there's always that fight as a racing driver between the, as Valtteri Bottas described it, the monkey brain and again the sane part of your brain.
Yes, we all have we all have that inner part of our brain as well, don't we? When it can just get out the cage. It was Dr. Steve Peters who wrote that book. It's a very, very good book, so I believe. I think it's called The Chimp Paradox, and it's a really interesting book about sports psychology, and indeed, human performance psychology.
Yeah, I've read about it in a few other books, and it's really a study that's kind of put the way forward. And it's amazing how some drivers actually are able to remain more sane on track. Case in point, your Valtteri Bottas of the world. But in endurance racing, you have to have that, right? Because there's got to be a sense of prudence all the way through, that you've got to drive conservatively, because as we mentioned previously, as we mentioned all the time, you can lose a race at this point of a race, but you can't win it. You've got to get to the end to actually score the points. Now, ISM Racing Schweiz want to get to the end in a good position. My word, did they get close. Oh, this corner, Peter, this corner.
Yeah, well, it's called Mutkar for a reason. Bravery corner in direct translation. And Simon and Moser is showing plenty of it, but as is Marcus Chirac for Asher Racing. Battling on really over the best of the rest. This class has been dominated by no other class in the championship has been dominated. I think we can say that very safely. But in the Cup 2 category, it really has been dominated by the Coanda Sim Sport team. Amazing in qualifying, and in the race they've just been imperious. At the moment, Zach Campbell leads for that outfit by 11 seconds over this pair here, battling over second place. Now, interestingly, the front of Simon and Moser's IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup machine, there's a little bit of damage to the front there. Now, I wonder if this is a case of what we saw with Sami Matti-Trogen's BMW a couple of rounds ago, Simil. I wonder if that's curb damage.
Yeah, exactly, because as far as I can remember, IES Schweiz haven't quite been in any major contact as such. Again, it can either be curb damage or the fact that they might have made some contact with any other car, because they have been constantly in the heat of battle with some other car. So there's a good possibility for both of them. But either way, is it hampering them much? That's the big question. At least seemingly right now, not so much, because they're able to keep in terms with Asher Racing. But in the long run, that can be a few hundredths of a second constantly being chipping out of every single sector of your lap time. And when the battle is so heated, that will compound at the end. That will make a difference.
Yes, it certainly will. We're riding on board here with Marcus Chirac as well, and you can see the level of concentration here, and you can they're using what looks like a direct drive wheel, which has an incredible amount of feedback force. You've really got to hang on to it, and you can actually see Marcus running with sparkle gloves there. Keep a good grip on the steering wheel. You'll actually see just there shift lights going on, just like you would get in a real world racing car. You can see the shift lights telling him when to click up a gear on that Porsche 992 Cup machine. Of course, naturally aspirated flat 6 engine in the back of that car, 4 litre. So it can really, it really does scream. And very, very high rev range. Proper racing motor in the back of that car. Now, here we go. No problem then for Simon and Moser. Gets a great run out of the Galgenkopf and just blows straight by Marcus Chirac. So the damage not holding him back too much.
Which is contrary to what we saw with Volkanovs and Sami Matti-Trogen, because consistently in that race, Sami Matti-Trogen was a couple of tenths down all the time, and that is where he got compromised on the win. Or is it just that Asher lifted off and that's why IES were able to get past? Because clearly, Asher getting back the run immediately.
You could be right there, Sumil. Actually, that could well have been very much strategical. The only thing is, though, if you lead out this final corner here, heading towards the start-finish line, you do then have quite a long run down towards turn 1. So a Moser might well get a move here on the brakes, and you can see Yurak's having to go very, very defensive straight away, covering the inside line, saying if you want it, you've got to go all the way around. And the Moser says, yep, okay, I will then. So this is going to be very tight at the apex as well. And Moser just can't quite get it stopped in time. So drive-through penalty being issued to car 292, Sim Racing Academy Red. I would think that will be for the collision with Phoenix Racing that we saw a little while ago.
That is correct. That's the exact reason why they've got that penalty, but no other penalty apart from that for now. And this has impacted both teams quite badly, and of course, well-deserved at the very end. The stewards have been very prompt with these decisions all the way through so far today. And, well, that's so many penalties here today, Peter. I think around about 8 or 9, and it's only been an hour since the race has begun.
Yeah, there has certainly been a lot of penalties. Now, the man of the moment right now is this man on screen, Rainer Talvar for Mala Porsche, is driving so quickly. Last time round, a 7:52. Much quicker than those cars around him, even quicker than our race leader Matt Backham. And Talvar has now dropped that gap down towards the Team HRT Mercedes in 5th to just 21 seconds. So he's taken 3 seconds out of it. Why is that important? Well, it's Team HRT Mercedes who lead the championship by just a point from Team Mala Porsche. So Mala Porsche have got to win. They've got to beat HRT Mercedes basically in any position, and that will be enough to win the championship unless something strange happens. And MRS Esports there, the number 14 Porsche of Tim Yarshall, not giving too much of a fight there as well. Talvar on the charge. So an hour and 50 minutes to go here in the 3-hour Lego Technic race. So the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. We ride on board with Sami Matti Drogen. He's had to serve a drive-through penalty for an administrative error, really, in qualifying. But he's fighting back. Sami Matti Drogen only 13 seconds. Only 13 seconds back from our race leader, Matt Backham, at the moment, who is due to serve a penalty, as is the second place car, Lego Technic Esports Lamborghini, Dane Warren. So BS Competition now effectively net lead the race by 6 seconds from this man, Sami Matti Drogen.
And you can just see the way he's driving, consistently on a push, because he knows this could be the day where they finally get their first win of the season, actually. It's kind of strange to say their first win, because there's been so many situations where Walkenhorst could have gotten the win, could have gotten the big W, but it hasn't quite happened yet. I just hope that I can add till today at the end of that sentence. That'll be so much fun.
Yeah, I think they would deserve it. They've certainly had the pace, that's for sure. And it seems like today they really do have that as well. Sami Matti Drogen really quick last time by. 7:49, my goodness. So, yeah, going very, very quick indeed. As the pace is really hotting up at the front of the field. As BS Competition, they move by into second position. So Dane Warren has to give best. Remember, that green Lego Technic Lamborghini has to serve a 60-second penalty for not fielding a real-world driver. So, BS Competition, they do not have that worry. They did not have to serve any success penalties either, so they are in a really strong position right now. So could we see a win for the Zebras today? Quite possibly.
As it stands, BS Competition, if they do get that win, or even for that matter stay in this position, which I think they won't because Commander are due to have a penalty, they will end up finishing third in the championship, because Landgraf, who started off 1 point ahead of them, really are having a bad day with that early pit stop, as we discussed. And the other teams that can challenge them, the likes of BMW Bank and Windward Mercedes, well, they're not as close as they should be ideally. So with this big result, win or not a win, we could see BS Competition seal P3 in the championship today, and that is going to be huge considering how topsy-turvy the season has been.
Speaking of topsy-turvy, it's been a difficult day for Team Landgraf Mercedes. They're running down in 13th at the moment, having served extra time in the stops, we think, to take repairs. But they're now under investigation for another incident as well. So we shall see. It's an incident with, I think it was with a Porsche Cup car. So usually in these situations, the penalty normally goes towards the higher class car, as they're the car that they've got to try and get through safely without contact. But Marcus Hirak doing a great job here to keep Simon Moser at bay in the battle for second place in the Porsche Cup category. Update on the Barnstormer in SP3T. Corentin Guinez leads from Team Heusenfeld. Corentin Guinez for Corson Racing leads from Team Heusenfeld from Low Grip Racing. Just half a second back from Corson Racing to Heusenfeld, with Low Grip Racing now just dropping off the scent slightly, 2.7 seconds back.
I hope it's not a permanent fallback in this one, because that battle has been the one to watch out for so far today, considering how the fighting has been. But I'm sure they'll come back. TCRs, more often than not, end up in a train throughout the end of the race eventually. And so if we can see Low Grip Racing put up a big fight, it'll be huge for them as well, because so far this year, I think they've had some good results, but none of this caliber. In fact, Low Grip Racing, if I am not mistaken, are P4, and their best result, I think, has been around P3 or P4, somewhere around that region. So a podium for them today will be huge in terms of the title. They may actually end up overshadowing... No, they won't end up overshadowing Marshmallow. My apologies. I just got a bit too eager in that case.
Yeah, they've had 2 third places so far, have Low Grip Racing. So yes, this would be to get a third podium out of 5, I think would be very impressive indeed. But they're right there in the hunt for the victory at the moment, showing they've got a lot of pace out there. So lap times last time around, Matt Backham a 7:54.413. Compare that to the BS competition number 89 of Julian Kesselhout, 7:51. So 3 seconds taken out of the lead there from Kesselhout. Dane Warren a 7:53 in third for Lego Technic Esports. Walkenhorst Motorsport in fourth. Sami Matti Trogan a 7:50. So he's really the man on the move. He's making up for lost time from that drive-through penalty very well indeed. So right on board with Dennis R.S. Fabry. You can see Dennis's Crocs there at the side of his simulator. I like the Porsche shirt though, that's cool.
Yeah,
not
first
sure
time
on
I've
the
seen
Crocs, but the Porsche shirt, yes.
To make it even more sweeter, socks with Crocs. That'll be a bit absurd, but hey, whatever. That's beyond the point. The point is, the battle right here between them and WNS eMotorsport is tremendous. Yet again, 2 cars going side by side, heading into Tiergarten roundabout now, and will they go home safely? They do, but who gets it?
They all get through clean anyway, through Tiergarten once again. It really is a white-knuckle ride when you come up absolutely flat out in 6th gear and then try and get the car slowed down to probably about 2nd or 3rd gear in these Porsche Cup cars, and then exit through onto the start-finish straight at the Grand Prix circuit. And then you've got another big braking zone here, almost down to walking pace at the hairpin before heading into the stadium section. Good place to watch there. Always likely to see a little bit of overtaking, a little bit of argy-bargy normally. And the gap is coming down all the time for the lead. BS competition now only 5.8 seconds back from Kwanda Simsport in the lead. And as we mentioned, Kwanda Simsport have a significant 60-second penalty hanging over them. So that will really take them out the hunt, as will Lego Technic. They will drop down out of the hunt as well. But Mala Racing Team... Mala Racing Team, I think, on the last lap, may have hit a couple of issues. No, ignore that. No, I'm looking at the wrong one. No, 20 seconds now, the gap between Team HRT in 5th Mala Racing in 7th. That's the battle for the championship, don't forget. So if things finish as they are, Team HRT would win the championship.
And a word on BS competition space. So far, we're seeing this big difference in lap times where sometimes BS competition are a couple of tenths faster. The last time out, Coanda were 2 seconds faster. This is all on merit. There's no difference in tires or fuel, or at least not a major difference in fuel, that is, because most teams, and I say most because only one team has stopped for 1 minute, and that's, I think, Artal Motorsport Reparix, because they had some damage to fix in. But almost every team has stopped around the 30-second margin, which means that all of them are on similar strategies, which means that the pace difference is purely down to the driver, not so much on tires or fuel, which is incredible to see that Mac Backham is able to go 2 seconds faster than BS competition behind.
No, Matt Backham went slower last time round by 3 seconds.
Has he? I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong section.
You're looking
of the
at the
time
best
stream.
lap, yes.
I'm looking at the best lap. My apologies,
Yes.
yeah.
So yeah,
But yeah,
Benji,
again,
that's a good point. Well, that I think it shows you the Heinrich factor as well. I mean, the fastest lap of the
Yeah.
race set by Lauren Heinrich, 7:49.770, quite remarkable. 7:51.375, the best for BS competition. The only thing is, Warren, now this also thing we should say for Matt Backham is I'm not sure if we'd have seen a new set of tyres going on for Matt Backham. So Matt Backham could be on old tyres here.
but if he is, everyone is as well, because the strategies for every single
Yes,
team
good
are
point.
exactly the same.
A good point, yes, very, very good point indeed. But we shouldn't say, oh, why is Matt Backham 5 seconds slower than Lauren Heinrich? It's definitely a lot easier to do on the new tyres as it is on the old ones as well. So, but you're absolutely right, Samil. All the drivers effectively on a level playing field right now, and all of our leading cars all were inside of each other on the Dotinger Hope. And the Lego Technic Lamborghini seems maybe just a tiny bit of front bumper damage, or is that just the paint scheme? Hard to tell there as well. But it's such a pity. We've seen Coanda Simsport dominate on pace. We've seen them have really impressive runs, but to say they've not had the results to show for it would be maybe even understating it, really.
Yeah, they've been fighting for wins for, including this race, 3 out of 5 races this year. 3 out of 5. Imagine fighting for 3 out of 5 race wins in a season and being nowhere close to the top 10. In fact, Coanda are last, dead last in the championship. But they've been fighting for wins in 3 races out of 5. It just baffles my mind as to how things have unraveled for them, unfortunately. Firstly, with that Josh Rogers accident in the second race, where, again, racing instinct kicked in, Rogers made a slight error, and that cost him the whole race. It happens, right? That's normal. But then the penalty from last time, and then the penalty in this one as well, I don't know. Coanda, they should have been champions, right? Considering the kind of pace they've shown so far in every single race they've properly competed in, they should be fighting for the title. They shouldn't be back down over there. But yeah, stuff. And the administrative stuff as well, of not getting a real-world driver.
Yeah, I think last time out that was definitely something that could have been avoided. But yeah, Lauren Heinrich not being classed as a real world driver, that is really, really odd, I have to say. But this is Matt Backham on board here. He's at the Coanda Simsport house. The team actually have their own permanent residence where a lot of the drivers live full time and can live and breathe sim racing. And it really works. We've seen a couple of other teams kind of follow that pattern. Apex Racing Team, for one, have followed that pattern with their sim racing centre in Corby in the Midlands in England, and it certainly appears to have had results for them. Smell with their Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup results definitely improving.
Yeah, exactly, it makes a world of difference. I think even Altus Esports have tried to create similar environment back in Australia, and Red Bull Racing, the esports side of Red Bull, not the esports side of Red Bull Racing, but the esports side of Red Bull in general, they're also planning something very similar in the UK as well, where not just the Red Bull sim racing team, but also all the other Red Bull esports athletes will be living together and working together. And imagine how many ideas can bounce around from the sim racing drivers to, let's say, the Valorant players or the CS players or Dota, whatever. Imagine so many techniques that they can learn from each other. It'll be such an interesting environment to be a part of as you live and breathe the world of esports. And yes, the equipment might be different, the approach to playing might be different, but there certainly are things that you can learn from each other, right? And knowing Red Bull, I think they made a documentary also on the physical side of esports about how they train their athletes to be better physically so that they can have better concentration spans and make less of these decisive errors. It's ridiculous the amount of detail that's being put into the world of sim racing and esports these days.
Yeah, and that's it. And it's human performance at its most. You're asking a heck of a lot of the brain and the body, that's for sure. Matt Backham here driving very, very neat and tidy. This will not be straightforward at all. We've been running for about an hour and 20 minutes, so the tyres will be getting towards the latter part of their certainly their peak anyway. So Matt having to really use a lot of his skill and keeping it nice and smooth and tidy, not rushing it too much. Very nice to watch actually. And the gap between BS competition only came down by just a second last time. 7:53 for Backham, 7:52 for Kesselhout in the BS competition car. Lego Technic 7:52.9, 7:50.9 for Sami Matti-Trogan. So Sami Matti-Trogan really on the charge at the moment. He's now only 8.9 seconds off the lead. Quite incredible, and he's nearly onto the back of the Lego Technic Lamborghini already.
With a penalty, that is. He served a penalty and he's then done that. Incredible.
I think this has got to be the day for Valkenhorst. If they, it would almost be a bit of a story of their season if they were able to win, but do it with a drive-through penalty as well. I think that would be quite extraordinary.
Yeah, exactly. It's been such a dramatic year for Valkenhorst. They've had races lost because of damage to their car, because of curb damage. The curb strikes, that is what I mean to say. They've had a couple of races where luck just hasn't quite been on their side and there's been incidents holding them back. But winning in this fashion, again, it's assuming that they are going to win, because remember, they still have to pass BS competition. But winning in this fashion would be quite something. But hey, when did German Sim Racing join this battle? I don't remember them being anywhere close to these guys.
I think they were sitting at the back of the train for a little bit of a while. They've just been very stealthy of German Sim Racing. Interestingly, so they've starting to come to the fore now at the moment. German Sim Racing, the 246 machine in that cup category. That's Lucas Lippert driving that car, trying to chase him down. Marcus Jirak in second position. Zach Campbell, he is 16 seconds up the road from these guys, and we're talking some of the cream of the crop in this car on this circuit. Zach Campbell just proving how special he is. And yeah, last night winning a race at the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, which really is seen as the very highest level of virtual motorsport, particularly in the iRacing world. And if you can win races in that, you really are the top of the top.
Yeah, that's world championship in the world of sim racing, and there's a reason why the competition there is just so tight. Those drivers are top level drivers, and I love the fact that this cup car has become basically a bit of a performance side. That if you want to be known as one of the best on iRacing, you've got to be great in this cup car. And so many drivers have tried, so many drivers have gone out there and proven themselves in this car, but still it remains to be such a beast. So hard to handle. Barely any driver aids.
No, virtually none at all, really. It's just you, a flat six engine, and one of the best one-make racing chassis you're ever likely to encounter. This car is the first cup car to run on the proper wide body as well, now that the 992 shape of 911, all the 992 Porsche 911s run on the wide body rather than the standard body. I was actually in Stuttgart a couple of weeks ago at the Porsche archive and saw these cars coming off the production line. Not the cup car, the road car, not the cup car.
Some experience either way.
Yeah, exactly. And it's fascinating when you watch these, 911s and Caymans and Boxsters coming off the production line. You see them parked up outside the factory, being ready to go to their new owner. And I always thought, walking back to my hotel at night, thinking, I wonder where that's going in the world. I wonder which lucky person's going to take delivery of that car.
and actually even what they're going to do with it, because so many owners they just end up keeping their car in the shed. You don't do that with a Porsche, right? You kind of go out and drive it out, but I don't remember what prince was it of some country who I think had around 100 or 200 supercars parked in his garage that were unused, and 3 or 4 McLaren F1s as well. I don't remember who that was, but don't do that with your supercars if you ever buy one, please.
No, definitely not. And particularly Porsches, they are designed to be used hard, used all the time as well. In fact, one of the presenters on the British version of Top Gear, Chris Harris, he's got a 911 GT3 Touring that he's done 50,000 miles in it, and drives it every single day. And that's exactly what you should do with that car. And these cars are built, you think the contingencies that are built into these cars now, they are, yes, they're complicated, but they're built to be very, very strong. And that DNA comes through in this 992 Cup car, which is now had its first full year in competition last year, and now will be really much the standard across the board in Porsche Carrera Cup racing in 2022. And Lauren Heinrich, he will be taking part in that championship in the Porsche Super Cup, and his car leads at the moment in this race. Kwanda Simsport, his teammate Matt Backham on board, but the BS competition team, Simul, they are closing in. Number 89 BS competition BMW, Julian Kesselhut. It's only 2.8 seconds between Kwanda and BS at the moment.
Interesting. And so we might see that squabble settled out on track instead of in the penalty boxes. I like that. I want to see them fight. And inevitably, Kwanda will do the smart thing and let BS go past, because again, there's no point of them fighting it out this way, right? Because eventually they are going to get the penalty. But if we do have a little bit of a fight, let's say Kwanda trying to hold BS competition down, hook me up for it. This is going to be fun. This is going to be interesting to see what they eventually do. But I think they are going to go the smarter route down there.
Yeah, you would think so. Wow, very tense stuff here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Just an hour and a half to go. This is half race distance here in the Lego Technic 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. And, well, the battle all comes down to the fourth placed car at the moment. Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT, driven by Norbert Kiss. Just 19 seconds further down the road in 6th is the number 91 Mahler Racing Porsche team, driven by Rainer Talvar. Now, those two cars are important. Whoever finishes ahead will be your champion in SP9. So, in the top class. Who will come out on top? Well, there's a lot of racing to happen, but at the moment, Team HRT seemingly in control. And Norbert Kiss will be now likely be handing over. He's got a choice. He can either hand over to Florian Denzler or Danny Giosa. Not a bad choice to have.
Yeah, traditionally it's been Florian Denzler doing the middle part of the race. And then at the very end, it's been Danny Giosa going out there and wrapping off the race. And he's done that so well, so many times. I remember the first race of the season, and I think everyone will remember the first race of the season, where they had that killer battle with Mahler Racing that Giosa was eventually able to secure the win for. And that was just tremendous, right? The way they were able to fight off. And with HRT, that's the point. Both of their sim racing drivers are super stable and are super secure in terms of taking the car right down to the very end. But I've always wondered, Peter, let's say you're Rainer Talvar, right? Let's say you're racing for Mahler today. A couple of weeks ago, you were racing for BS competition. Let's say if Mahler end up winning the championship, will Rainer say that, well, I'm a DNLS champion or not? Because it's a bit of a silly situation, right? 4 races of the year, he was a BS competition, 1 race with Mahler. He ends up winning the championship with Mahler with that one. How do you call it? Can you call yourself a DNLS champion? Because there's been such a revolving door of drivers all the way through.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Really, it's if the car wins the championship. It definitely has been a revolving door. The most common driver in the car would be Phil Denez, although he hasn't done every race either. So in terms of Drivers' Championship, that's a very good point, actually, how that's figured out, because if you look at Team HRT, I Again, I think Florian Denzler is the only driver in that car who's done every round, because Danny missed a round. So, and of course they've had Norbert Kiss for some rounds, but Daniel Juncadella for others. So, yeah, it has been a bit of a mixed bag.
It's funny. Again, it just makes me wonder who gets to call themselves a DNLS champion. It's a lot more simpler in the Cup 2 category, or for that matter, even SP10 or SP3T, because the drivers over there have largely remained the same, but it's baffling.
It is a bit. Well, we know we can at least name the team that will be the victor. Now, this is the battle for SP3T, and Huizenveld have got back in front. Of course, I'm racing once more. So, in the number 404 Team Huizenwind car, Fabian Siegmann has taken the lead from Corentin Guinez. And that is your gap. You don't need a time and scream for that. It's, a couple of paces. That's the difference between those two. Now, they have dropped Low Grip Racing, who are about 7 seconds further back. So, that, in fact, is even better news for Team Huizenveld, because they don't really need to take a great deal of risk here. If they finish third, even if Corsom Racing win, they'll still be champions.
Exactly. So Huizenveld can take it easy, but I don't think they are. They're still racing for it quite well, and seeing them in P number 1 seems familiar. I like this, right? It's good to see two teams battling it out against each other all the year round, and that's been the case with Huizenveld and Co in SP3T, and RSO and Co in SP10. Lovely. I love these one-on-one battles because you get to track them all the way through to the very end. But one thing I'm not really sure about is Fabian Siegmann. I don't think he was there in the car for any other round, is it? Because I don't remember him being on the entry list. But straight away, if that's the case, he's come on in and made a heavy impact. That is some tremendous driving to be leading this race so well.
Absolutely. Well, we could see the SP9 cars coming into pit lane very soon. They're getting towards the end of their 6th lap, but here comes Corentin Guinez. Is he going to go for the bump draft? Yep, looks like it. You can actually see the sound resonating out the back of the Team Huizenveld Audi. Wow, quite incredible detail there on our cameras. You can just listen to Guinez there, just taking his time on those gear changes, lifting off that little bit early, and then trying to keep that momentum up as much as he can. And still Siegmann hangs on from Guinez. Guinez is so fast in these TCR machines, as is his teammate Kieran Harrison. And there you can listen to it very clearly. Corentin Guinez on the real lift and co, so definitely playing the fuel strategy. But we've got a change of leader just as we come into the pit stop. BS Competition leads the race from Coanda Simsport as they come into the pit stop. Now Matt Backham, to rub salt into the wound here, will have to come and serve his 60-second penalty. Now, can that be served in his pit box while doing work? I'm not sure. I think it can actually, Simil.
Wait, I think as far as I know, penalties are only servable in the penalty box, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but then I don't know, not sure. But we've got a pit party going on here. Norbert Kiss brings the Team HRT Mercedes in after yet another solid stint, as does Dane Warren with the Lego Technic Lamborghini. BS Competition BMW come in, as do Team BMW Bank. Now, where is the Mala Racing Porsche? There it is. As Reynard Talvar comes into pit road. Team HRT taking tyres here. So they go up on the jacks to put a new set of boots on, as do Lego Technic Lamborghini. I would expect that we'll see the other teams mimicking that strategy. Team BMW Bank going up on the jack, so they're taking tyres, as do BS Competition. Off they go. And I've got a feeling that Coanda Simsport Porsche, they're taking their longer stop there as well, filling up the fuel and getting back going, and a fresh Lauren Heinrich on board.
Kind of fun that everyone's using the same strategy card right now, right? That normally in the last couple of races we saw some teams alternating with this approach, that some teams took their shorter stop second time out or short stop first time around. It's funny that over here, it's been universal. Everyone's done the same thing at the same time. Kind of makes our job easier as commentators, but again, you want to see more variation, you want to see more excitement, and it seems like there is limited amounts of that, or is there? Because Walkenhorst, Peter, they stop for 47 seconds. All the others are on 55, 1 minute, there or thereabouts. So there is some variation over there. So I think Walkenhorst and HRT are on a similar strategy. 47 seconds for Walkenhorst, 52 seconds for HRT, around 55, 1 minute for all the others. So still not major variation, just Walkenhorst standing out right there. I think 2 tires perhaps, is that the way they've gone?
It seems like it, yeah. There's such a gap. 15 seconds of gap is quite a lot. So yes, I think the Walkenhorst car, they've gone for just 2 tyres. So maybe changing the rears, given it's a rear-wheel drive car, and they're likely to get more worn, possibly. I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks like Walkenhorst have gone for just 2 tyres, or potentially none at all. Actually, no, because I reckon it's 2. You're right, because the tank of fuel is about 30 seconds, and then you're another 30 seconds after that for the tyres. So yes, with 47 seconds in the lane, that would indicate yes, fuel plus 2 tyres. So interesting stuff here. The strategy permutations. Rainer Talvar has stayed on board the Mala Porsche. Driver change in the Walkenhorst car. Dominic Stabe is taking over from Sami Matti-Trogen. Julian Kesselhout has stayed in the BS competition BMW. Lauren Heinrich has got on board the Quanda SimSport Porsche. Florian Denzler, like we thought, has got into the HRT Mercedes. And Charlie Collins is back on board the Lego Technic Esports machine. Kai Koshube taking over the Team BMW bank car. So, we've got a battle at the front here then with these 2 snarling BMWs. Walkenhorst lead by 4.4 seconds. So you're watching here the 3-hour Lego Technic race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. This is the 5th and final round of the championship, and we have an incredibly tight championship battle between Team HRT Mercedes number 4 and Mala Racing Team Porsche number 91. Whoever finishes ahead of those 2 will likely be the overall SP9 champion. And at the moment, they're separated by 21 seconds. So that gap is very much steady between those 2. However, HRT taking a 10 seconds less time in the pit box last time by. So maybe that gap, Simil, is tighter than we think.
Exactly, could be artificial. It's around 52.8 seconds, and I can't tell if it's exactly 2 or 4 tires. I think ideally it should be around 2, because I think 4 tires takes around 55 seconds, doesn't it? So it's a bit confusing about exactly what HRT have done, but we shall find out in terms of how they drive and what sort of pace they show in these next laps.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see that. Your leader in Cup 2 at the moment is IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup from Peter Bonk Performance, but Quanda SimSport have a pit stop in hand. They've done their second pit stop, so they will hop back into the lead there at the moment. In SP10, it's Carl Janssen who leads from Team RSO Niels Lawrence by 8 seconds. So all of a sudden, Corsim Racing have opened up quite a gap in SP10, interestingly. With SP3T for TCR Machinery, well, Team Heusenbelt lead by just 1/4 of a second from Corsim Racing. Corentin Guinez driving there, with the Low Grip Racing team sitting in third, about 12 seconds off the lead at the moment. So confirmation on screen there, Corsim Racing there, quite significant lead. And Shoot Sim Racing, their BMW, they're up to third. Also WNSE Motorsport in fourth there in SP10. So there's definitely a stronger performance from the BMW. Still, it's all about Corsim Racing and Team RSO Porsche, but BMW definitely improving with every race here in the SP10. Could we see them get a podium possibly? that would be nice, I think, to see a little bit of variety on the podium. It really has been Porsche domination at the front of the SP10 field. And SP3T, well, Team Heusinkveld, as I mentioned there, leading by just 0.3 of a second, almost nothing to Core Sim Racing. There you are, it's as close as that. Corentin Guinez driving the Core Sim Racing machine, with the Heusinkveld car driven by Siegmann. There, of Fabian Siegmann. It's about a 12 to 13 second gap from Low Grip Racing at the moment. Marshmallow Racing a little bit further off the pace there in 4th. But we'll be right back with the rest of the action of the 3-hour race of the Lego Technic.
Herzlich willkommen. Auf den Gewinner wartet ein großes Preisgeld.
Cut! Mittagspause!
Willst du wissen, wer gewinnt? Dann hol dir Giga TV. Da ist jetzt Netflix inklusive.
Alle Spieler zum Set.
Für nur 19,99 €.
Das volle Programm mit bis zu 2500 Filmen auf Abruf. Giga TV, jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the Lego Technic 3-hour race to the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear. It's Peter Mackay here alongside Sumil Arora in the commentary box here on the Lego Technic live stream. And we're heading into the final part of the race now, just an hour and 13 minutes to go. And the showdown between HRT, Mercedes and Malo Racing rages on the timing sheets, at least, with, well, the gap now sitting at about 26 seconds between those two championship rivals.
I want to see how that gap evolves throughout the race, right? Because there's just 1 hour, 15 minutes left, one more pit stop left in the bag. Will we see something different happen in terms of strategy? Because as it stands, well, it's going home properly to HRT. But again, it's a long race still an hour and a half. An hour, 15 minutes. A lot could change. Not saying go wrong, but a lot could change. And I want to see some more fun action going on here. But luckily, we are getting a ton of that in the Cup category. And well, this battle has been raging on for how many laps? I think around the last half an hour, we've seen German sim racing and Core sim racing get oh so close to each other all the time.
Yeah, this is the battle for 6th position here. Of course, in racing's Dominic Engel trying to stave off the attack from Jan Schmitz in the German sim racing number 246 car. Meanwhile, battle for 9th, G-Force Experience Esports Luke Schneider holding off Kai Schubert in the Kart Raceland Esports by OKCCS machine. Catchy name. So one thing about sim racing team names, Simil, is they remind me of Japanese motorcycle endurance racing team names. They usually require a deep breath first.
No, they're long. They're all so long right here, but kind of sensible because they've got so many sponsors to kind of help and promote as well. But seriously, the most fun is TUV Rhineland by OK. No, I think I'll just say the whole name outright. It'll be some challenge, so please excuse me. ERC powered by FSP TUV Rhineland Yellow. That's a name and a half.
Well, we have Deutsche Payment Esports DNLS 287 as well, or Mercedes AMG Esports Team M&J Performance by HRT. I think they use up the most real estate on our timing screen. That's for sure.
It's it's kind of funny because here in a part of India, they have this tradition of writing everything in their names. So I think for most South Indian people, they have got their whole name, the name of their town, the name of their parents, their grandparents, what they used to do as well, all a part of their whole name. If you ask them your whole name, they actually might end up go on for hours on that, but they just kind of condense it down to the name and their father's name eventually. But seriously, long names seem to be a bit of a trend right here. How about keeping it simple, like Digital Esports?
That's easy. We like that. We like that. That's for sure. It's whoa, big draft there from Kai Schubert, straight by. Or has he? Has he got it done in time over Luke Schneider? Yes. Just going into the Tiergarten, and you can see that's certainly heart-raising there. Working hard behind the wheel. These they're quite interesting cars to drive, these 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sports. They're very similar to the Cayman GT4 road car. About 80% of the road car parts and 20% bespoke race car parts, but it's a relatively heavy machine. It's about 1,300 kilograms, which is only about 100 kilograms less than the road car. So they're actually, although they have about 450 horsepower, they've not got a lot of power for the weight. So it's a real momentum car. You've really got to have quite an efficient driving style. As Kai Schubert goes for another little look up the inside as the Leipert Racing Porsche Cup car tries to make its way through. But the thing is, Simil, there is no way through it. They're side by side in front. The Leipert finally make the way through there as the two little Caymans battle away.
Again, age-old habit of me not remembering to unmute the mic. But point is, battle is turning out to be quite awesome. And I was about to say that the best part about the GP circuit is that it allows you to battle all the way through. It's kind of underrated in a way because of all the Grade 1 circuits, it just allows you to fight at literally every single corner. That's the amazing part. Of course, if you're not using the GP chicane, that's the only one corner where you can't really go side by side. But even still, the circuit allows for so much of good racing. Imagine the NLS without the GP circuit. I mean, again, it would be tricky to kind of house all the cars in and have a pit lane, but still, they would kind of miss that extra flavor that the GP circuit offers.
Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for for drivers to make a move, and also good for spectators as well who want the kind of convenience of being in a grandstand and a cover over their head, rather than the diehards out at Brunchen and Esbach and places like that. So the Porsche train has barely put a piece of paper between Kai Schubert and Luke Schneider. And this is the battle over 9th position in SP10. No less fierce than that one up at the front. But the gap, speaking of the front, the gap at the front in SP9, well, only 2.7 seconds now, Sunil, separating those two. So BS Competition, they are closing that gap all the time down to Volkenhorst Motorsport.
No, the tables have turned, haven't they? Because we initially thought that Volkenhorst will be the faster car, but I think since BS Competition realized that they could be gunning for the win, they have turned up their pace quite a fair bit. And so far this year, Volkenhorst have been the faster of the two BMWs, but great to see BMW BS Competition kind of recognizing the challenge and responding accordingly, because now we could see a proper fight. It's not going to go one way or the other for granted.
Well, an hour and 6 minutes to go. It's there's going to be a tense last hour of this season as well. But these two SP10 class Porsches absolutely playing for keeps here as they come up towards Adenauer Forst. And you can see there's the largest piece of runoff on the entire circuit there. And look at the size of it. You could have a game of football there as well. And then it's flat out down towards Metzgesfeld. Now, if this was a rally circuit, or a rally stage, you would have "don't cut" in your notes here, because if you do, that big curve, there it is, if you hit that, your car will be sent off course. And we've seen a lot of drivers make that mistake and end up in the wall there on the right-hand side. Get back further earlier on in the lap, heading up towards Flugplatz. And it's very, very full commitment particularly in Porsche 992 Cup cars, when you've not got the same aerodynamic grip as a full-on SP9 car would have.
Plus limited driver aids, plus the car is more on the momentum side of things. You've really got to drive hard. And look at this now. Look at the side-by-side action. Will they make it through?
Yeah, through Arenberg they go. It's a slightly nicely cambered corner there, and then down towards the Fuchsrohe, down the foxhole, and you're almost as fast as you would get at the Dottinger hole. You're actually right heading to the higher part of top gear. There's the Phoenix Racing Esports car. Oh, big crash, huge crash there. Team Sim Racing Academy and Artal Motorsport, they collide at the foxhole. So Phoenix Racing escape, there they go, off into the distance, as do, relatively speaking, Artal. But Sim Racing Academy, no such luck there. Wow, big damage. That was a huge incident.
Oh, man. Yet again, it happens in the Cup category. We've seen it a couple of times this year, and that ghost comes back in here right today. That's the battle of driving at the Nordschleife. That's the battle of racing at the Nordschleife. There's so limited room.
Heusingveld off. Sorry, Heusingveld off. Oh, our championship leaders are off. They're in the wall at Flugplatz.
What?
Oh no. Oh, Team Heusingveld. Now the Mala Porsche, another championship contender, was coming through, and Heusingveld in the fence.
I think they still should be fine though, Peter, because at worst they would have dropped back down to P number 3. In fact, Heusingveld are still second. I don't know, Peter. It's the second time this year that Heusingveld, in fact, second time in 2 races, to be honest with you, that Heusingveld have gone into the grass and gravel. They have had a bit of an incident and they've rejoined, and their race has gone perfectly fine. This literally does nothing to their championship. I mean, it drops them down by 1 point, but it does nothing, because in the championship they've got an almost unassailable lead. How, again, second time that Heusingveld have gone off and have survived properly.
Yeah, do not forget though, if they've got damage and got to come to the pits, there'll be a whole different story. So it's we'll get a look at both of those incidents on our Goodyear replayer. Here we go then. So this is what happens. So the Phoenix Racing car makes its way through. Arto Racing are in the middle, and really, yeah, just get drilled by Sim Racing Academy.
Yeah.
It's a bit silly, really. But anyway, we'll try and get a look as well on our Goodyear replay of the TCR incident there with Team Heusingveld. But yeah, if they've got damage, Team Heusingveld, then they could be in trouble. But the one thing we know about this Audi RS3 TCR is it has a reputation for being a bit of a tank. So if there's any car that can take a hit, it's this one.
Yep, exactly. That's why Heusinger were able to survive the last time out as well. This is just a tank of a car and just won't get damaged regardless of what you do. I mean, it will be on the point, but with incidents like this one, I doubt that it will make a difference to their race. And we shall keep you updated on what kind of pace Heusinger are doing. Obviously, this lap will be a bit slower, but after that, maybe we'll get a bit of an idea about how Heusinger are doing, because last time out, it made little to no difference.
Yeah, there doesn't even seem to be a great deal of damage, but that is a really fast corner there at Flugplatz, and clattered into the wall at a pretty significant rate. The only saving grace might be if they hit the tyres rather than the actual Armco barrier, as the Team 75 Bernhard machine goes through, as a number of other Porsche Cup car category machines are in taking their service at the moment. Very busy in pit lane. Right. Let's see what happens. So, Heusinger in the lead. Here comes Mala Porsche. Oh, now. Tricky one there, Sumil. If there was contact, it was incredibly slight, but there might have even been a bit of digital aero wake in there, a little bit of netcode possibly. Very interesting stuff indeed. Yeah, so
I'm not quite sure, but there could be that netcode coming in a little bit, but I don't think the contact was enough to kind of get Mahler a penalty, right? Because there might have been some, maybe not enough. I don't know. Again, that's just my take. Race Control will have theirs, but so far, no investigation done yet by Race Control.
It's going to be very interesting to see what view Race Control take on that one, actually. Very interesting. To be very fair to Mala Porsche, there was room and there was a gap there, and they took it, and very, very marginal. And I think when you're, well, this is the thing, isn't it, Samil? When you're fighting from behind for a championship, those are the 50-50 moments you can't afford not to go for, effectively.
Exactly. It kind of pains a bit less. I mean, it pains a bit more if you don't quite go for them, because, again, you're missing out on those chances to gain some time, and Mahler desperately need to. I suppose even if it will be a penalty, it makes limited difference to Mahler, because either way, they are currently in a situation where they are losing the title, so it just kind of compounds a little bit. But yeah, I think seriously, they had to take that chance. They did, but I don't think there was enough in it to give Mahler a penalty.
I think it's so difficult. I mean, if you're in the Mahler camp, you're probably thinking, oh, I thought we were clear. If you're in the Heusinger camp, you're thinking, that guy put us in the fence. Those are the two extreme ends of the coin. What side will Race Control take? Will they stay in the middle? Don't know. Okay, so we reset slightly. Your champions-elect at the moment are Mercedes-AMG Team HRT. Florian Denzler driving at the moment. And if they finish where they are, they will be your Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series champions. But they have Mala Porsche on their case. And that little incident for that Mala Porsche will maybe just take the wind out the sails a little bit. Because they definitely would have seen what happened there. And quite a bit of damage on the front of this Lego Technic Lamborghini Simil, and a little sort of slight crumpling of the bonnet.
Yeah, that doesn't quite help. We saw with Walkenhorst that can make a big difference in terms of performance. Maybe if not in Cup 2 or any other class, but certainly so in SP9s, that will be hurting them a little bit. Penalty, and then this. It's not really going Lego Technic's way so far, but at least we've seen a sign that they can compete at the top level. It's just a matter of other external factors that's holding them back. Really, we know that next year, perhaps, they can be a team to watch out for, if, of course, things remain simple for them, because so far it's been such a complicated year for them. We don't even know what's exactly happened and why they've so often not done so well in races.
Dominic Stab, our leader in SP9, is coming back after a little bit of a break from sim racing, and I wonder if that's showing that little bit of race rustiness, because Julian Kesselhit for BS Competition has continued to chip away that gap, and the gap for the lead at the moment It's only 1.5 seconds. So it's game on at the front of the field at this moment. It's also game on, although, as you mentioned, Samil, it's great to see Charlie Collins once again showing just how fast he is in that Lego Technic Lamborghini. And yeah, Charlie just said not at the rub of the green at all, but goodness, when he's got a lap together in this car, he's so impressive and is hunting down Florian Denzler and really reeling in the championship leader at quite a pace here.
Yeah, exactly. Even with a slightly damaged car, which is the amazing part. I don't know. I just really don't know what has gone wrong for Lego Technic Esports this year. They've had such a good driver lineup. They've had almost everything going in their way in terms of raw pace, but just not able to construct a race together. It's kind of surprising, right, considering the caliber of the team, but at least they've been entertaining, and that is also one thing they're contributing to in this race, because they have had their hand in so many battles here today. They're just making this race so much more fun.
So, foursome racing in TCR. Well, good news for fans of the Team Heusingveld car that was involved in that incident on the last lap. They have not come into the pits on that last lap around. So that must indicate, Samil, that even if there is any damage, it's not bad enough to force them to come to pit lane. Who's that off in the background?
No, oh wait a minute, is that a car that I see? Seems like one, or at least a Porsche for that matter.
I'm not sure. I wonder, was it a Porsche Cup car? Not sure. I just missed it there at the back of the shot. But Charlie Collins right onto the back of Florian Denzler, but not able to find a way back. Yes, and this is really not what Florian Denzler needs. He needs a nice calm run to the flag. They do have a decent advantage, about 20 seconds over their championship rival Mala Porsche. And the thing is, not only are Lego Technic Esports not in the championship fight, they also have a 60-second penalty to serve. So I would think if you're the Team HRT manager, you get on the radio to Florian Denzler and you just say, just wave him by. There's no need to get involved in any kind of incident here.
Yeah, and I don't think it's kind of slowing HRT down, right? Because they're the car in front. They are not actively battling. They are, passively battling in a way because they're close by and everything. But I don't think it's kind of changing their driving style in a way. If anything, if Lego Technic attack a bit too heavily, I think they'll just let them go past. Florian Denzler will recognize that there's no need to fight this fight. And that's the thing, right? In endurance racing, kind of easy to say, right? He's sitting in a lovely air-conditioned room but not driving. But you have to know how to pick your fights. And on track, considering everything that's going on, considering how quickly you're driving, that kind of decision can be hard to take, because the first instinct is just drive fast and don't let anyone go past.
Well, we'll see what approach they decide to take, and this is interesting now. The big grunt, the Alsterbach muscle in the front of that Team HRT Mercedes really showing up the Kesselchen as well. The Lamborghini just struggling a little bit to stay in the draft of the big Mercedes. Also can come down to how you get out of the very tight right-hander of Bergwerk to carry as much speed out of there as possible. That could be definitely the case as they head up towards the Caracciola carousel. And then bang, you just put a wheel down there in the groove and then hook it up on the run up towards Goodyear, the tallest or the highest part of the circuit. This is where you really need horsepower. The run from Bergwerk all the way up to Goodyear, it's almost constant power sapping climb. It's almost like a German Pikes Peak. So we're into the final hour now, 53 minutes to go, so it shouldn't be long before we see the teams taking their final pit stops, and then we'll have the charge to the flag, and we'll have all the action of it here on the Lego Technic live stream. Charlie Collins now looking very impatient, trying to get past Florian Denzler, but Denzler running his line, allowing no chance for Collins to get by. And of course, when we get to the Dottinger hole, does the Lamborghini have the grunt to get by?
Exactly, because that Mercedes on a straight line, is a tremendously powerful car. So the Lamborghini will need some drafting to be able to go past. But remember, Dottinger is wide, but that Mercedes is also a really, really wide car. So to get past over there needs some good drafting and a ton of space. Things are sort of lined up against Charlie Collins, but hey, don't you give him a challenge. He is so quick. He can probably do some really magical things in the car, and getting past Florian Denzler will be one if, of course, Denzler wants to fight it, which I don't think should be the case ideally.
Well, I agree. Oh, now. Okay, we've got a incident investigation between car 40, that's the ERC by FSP Lamborghini, and the number 70 Landgraf Mercedes. I saw incident 34 there, and I got a bit excited. Of course, our leading car is number 34, Volkenhorst BMW. Only 1.3 seconds separating them at this moment in time. So now let's Charlie Collins right here in the draft of Florian Denzler, and just can't seem to pull enough of a slipstream as well. Denzler looking so good in that Mercedes. You can hear the big thumping V8 in the front of the Mercedes dragging that car up the hill, and Collins just cannot get close enough. That Mercedes is a rocket ship.
It's a rocket ship, and it's a wide rocket ship. There clearly was no space for Charlie Collins to put his car into, because that Mercedes is just such a huge car. Kind of helps out to have a wide car in that case, doesn't it? When it's really helped out by the balance of performance. It is fast, and then it's so wide that nobody else can go past. This Mercedes has clearly been one of the best cars, and it's been interesting to see how the dynamic between Mercedes and Porsche and BMW has evolved so far this year.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. And if it doesn't rain, it pours. Another drive-through penalty for car 70, Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Landgraf. Well. It's just been a disastrous day for that outfit after finishing third last time out, and of course winning race 3, the Schutz GmbH Mess Technic race. So now this is your battle for 4th position. Lego Technic and Lamborghini in 5th. There's the Team BMW bank car there in 6th. That's Kai Kashube driving that car. Now, incident under investigation, no surprise. The 404, that's the Heusinkveld TCR car, and 91, the Mala Porsche. Mala Porsche, well, you've got to think, Samil, with 50 minutes on the clock, if they cop any sort of penalty for that could be game over for the championship.
Absolutely. It is kind of going away from them as it stands, and that penalty, if it does come in, of course, will just make things even more complicated for them. But I think if it does come in, it doesn't change anything, because so far they are currently in a bit of a losing effort. But remember, things can change. There is still a fair bit of time left in this race. Well, if the Formula 1 Abu Dhabi GP can change from where it was 5 laps till the end to where it ended up eventually, anything can happen right here as well. So just keep your eyes peeled in on this broadcast. So much could change, and we are going to crown all 4 champions here today. And also, in this battle for P3, PS Competition are acing it. They might become the third place team in SP9 this year.
Well, we'll see how it shakes out. By the end of the day, the gap at the front now is actually reduced to just 0.6 of a second. Oh, big tank slapper for the TCR machine. Hangs on to it. Oh, well done, whoever's at the wheel of that car. My God. Going up Kesselchen, that's not where you want to have a moment. My goodness me. The 2 BMWs battling over 5th position in class in SP10. Just 0.2 of a second separating them, but you don't need to know that. They're right, absolutely locked together, these 2 front-engined M4 machines. Of course, this is the old... now there's a question for you, Smil. This, of course, is the old version of the M4 street car. Okay, so confirmation then, we'll come back to that. No further action, car 404 and car 91. So that's the Team Heusinkveld TCR and the Mala Porsche. That is a huge sigh of relief for the Mala Porsche crew.
Yeah, exactly. As we all discussed early on, there might have been some netcode that kind of prevents them from getting a penalty at the end of the day. But yep, good for us, good for the championship, because then they can go on and kind of keep up in the fight. Again, I think we had HRT under investigation early on in this race as well, so seemingly everyone so far in this race has been under investigation at some point of time. It's been that crazy.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, it's a really interesting one because when you get these, I would not want to, I mean, a hugely thankless task to be a steward, and therefore we should say a huge thank you to the stewards here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, because there's a lot of difficult decisions to make on track. You've got multi-class sports car racing, cars at different speeds on the same racetrack, which can cause issues, as we saw. And to make those decisions impartially and calmly is very, very difficult. And there's always two sides to every story. And being the arbiter of that is very difficult indeed. And actually, Smil, it's very difficult, especially in the last, 45 minutes of a season where there's championships to hand out. I mean, look at last year's World Endurance Championship, for example, or last year's Formula One World Championship, where race control decisions were influenced by the outcome of the championship, when in effect any incident or any piece of action on track should be judged exactly the same in my view.
Exactly, and that inconsistency has rarely happened right here, luckily in the DNLS Championship, and I hope that continues on as well. But look at this. Oh my god, BMW Bank are sending a risky one. Where did they come from?
They got a huge double bubble draft there from both the HRT Mercedes and the Lego Technic Lamborghini, and they just a tiny bit of contact there coming through Mook Curve between the BMW Bank car and the Lego Technic Lamborghini, and the Charlie Collins in the Lamborghini just got a wee twitch on there and managed to keep it out the wall but lost all the momentum, and that really does let HRT off the hook a little bit for now. But Kai Kashubi's on the charge in that BMW. There he is, loving the rig, like the blue. That's very cool.
Yeah,
jazzy. It's almost like a jazzy sort of taxi seat cover on that on that seat there on Kai Kashubi's simulator.
Yeah, it looks really fancy, and his posture is rather upright for a sim racing driver. I don't think I've ever seen anyone be so upright in that case.
That is the Francois Delacour driving position. That is exactly how Francois Delacour used to sit. Ford Escort RS Cosworth Group A car with right up, seat almost vertical in right over the screen. And to be honest, Francois Delacour, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me.
Well, it is kind of like a grandma posture, but if it works, why not?
It is, depends how your grandma drives. That's true. It is. My mother, she's not a grandma yet, but when she is, she will be a fast granny. That's for sure. She drives like Michel Mouton, honestly. Absolute maniac on the road. In a good way, I must say. Now, this is the battle for the lead at the moment. Dominic Stabe from Julian Kesselhout, and Julian's got a good run here out of Galgenkopf. He's now getting more and more of a slipstream, more and more, and there's nothing that Stabe can do. He holds his line in the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo Volkenhorst BMW, and has Kesselhout pulled out of the draft too early? This is proper Talladega stuff. No, Kesselhout takes the lead then, so BS Competition lead here at the Nürburgring, and Stabe goes to fight back now into Tiergarten. How are they going to fit? Stabe gets up on the curb, they both touch, they're both over the grass. Can they get it stopped? They're both off. Oh dear, that was really silly there from Dominic Stabe. And Lauren Heinrich comes through, and there's steering damage for both cars. Lauren Heinrich goes through going, oh, P1, yes please.
Kind of like a gift. It's a proper gift. And both those cars have to dive down the pit lane. Of course they do. They've got major damage. And if I'm not mistaken, this just means that the race is clearly getting handed down to all the others. HRT will be going into an even better position, but that is just unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. This battle would eventually result in a clean fight. There was time in the race, but I kind of get it as well at the same time, because when you're racing, your mind always goes towards getting on top regardless of whatever happens. And there was the monkey brain in that case taking over.
Yeah, that was really quite a silly lack of judgment there, to be honest. Kesselhout was by, and Well, the ironic part there is that may well have snatched the chance of BMW getting a victory. The only saving grace I would say is that they could pit at that point anyway and make it to the end of the race.
Yeah.
So it's not as if they're going to be forced on an extra pit stop. It's just how much damage they've got on those cars and how long they have to spend in the pit lane. Well, could have an answer for you. It looks like incredibly, that both cars have taken pretty much the amount of pit stop time as they should, just over 30 seconds. So somehow both of those cars appear to have got away with no real damage to worry about. That's extraordinary.
That's lucky, but that's still a lot of time lost in the pit lane. I mean, lots of time lost in the crash, and so yeah, that's a major thing. But I think in this case, Peter, I think it hands down the championship P3 to BMW Bank because of this incident. Walkenhorst and BS competition are P4 and P5. After the pit stop, ideally BMW Bank should be ahead in P1 because Coanda are yet to serve their penalty. So that's major stuff for third in the championship. And in case you might be wondering, well, third in the championship, what difference does it make? How much more money are they going to earn? Let me just pull out my document and tell you the price for P number 3 in this championship. It is quite a fair bit, by the way, so there's a lot of incentives involved in finishing over there. Third place in SP9, it's 250,000 euros. The price does drop off big time after that. So this one position could be worth a ton of money for BS competition. BMW Bank could be getting it all. I mean, same team, but still.
Yeah, and in the world of professional sim racing, that matters. Now let's get a look at our Goodyear replay. Let's try and dissect this, is what happened. Now it's showing us Niels Koch there in the BS competition BMW. It's not, it's Julian Kesselhout. So Kesselhout gets by, he's in front as they head up towards Tierbarton. Stave goes around, they touch slightly, then Stave gets way over the curb, slams the BS car into, they're both passengers at this point. And it appears that, BS competition really comes off second best there, and very unlucky indeed. Now, are both of those cars driving straight? They appear to be. If both of those cars have got away with that, that's incredible. But I do wonder, Simil, if they'll get away completely scot-free, and if they did get any time to fix any damage.
Yeah, exactly, because that seemed to be a big hit, but they have walked away from that. That is really tremendous. The tremendous shows the kind of build quality that they've got. But that was just again completely unnecessary. Just a hit to both of them on themselves, like completely. It just didn't make any sense at that point of time. But hey, at least they're back on the track. At least they're safe, and at least they can still fight for it. And luckily, Walkenhorst. How far down are they? Well, we will get a better idea when all the pit stops are complete, but I want to see this battle just kind of come to a close at the very end, because imagine, right, Bank, Mahler, Walkenhorst, BS competition, HRT, all could be so close by if it stays this way. Even Lego Technic Esports, because as we can see on our screen, they're just so close behind. Man, I just want to see another repeat of DNLS 1. Regardless of where the championship goes, a close finish would be just so awesome.
Well, this is a tense time for Team HRT Mercedes here in this Bilstein-backed car. The blue and yellow, such a distinctive livery, such a recognisable livery at this circuit. And well, if they can finish where they are, they will be champions. All they've got to do is finish. I say all to win the championship. They've got to finish ahead of Team Mahler Porsche. Now, this is the battle for second place in the Cup 2 category. Poor old Zach Campbell and David Williams now on board the Coanda Simsport Cup car. They're leading by a country mile, really. They're leading by over half a minute at the moment. But this is the tense battle for second place. IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup, Gregor Eid leading from Jan Schmitz for German Sim Racing. And Jan Schmitz here got a good gap here. Look at that move there from Dane Warren coming down into Bergwerk. Wow, very rarely see a move there, coming around the Niki Lauda links and then hard on the brakes. What a move there from Warren. However, can Dane Warren keep the thundering Mercedes of Danny Giosa at bay? Will Danny Giosa try to get by? Does he need to? Probably not. Does he need to take the risk? He's right on the back there of Warren. Can't find a way. And interestingly, is he going to have a look here at Moot Curve? No, thinks better of it. So Danny Giosa definitely got the faster car in the straight line, but cannot find a way past Dane Warren. And this is mighty frustrating, I guess, for Danny Giosa, Sunil, because this Lego Technic car has a 60-second penalty hanging over it, which has not yet been served.
Yeah, exactly. And we were discussing just a few minutes ago that, well, it'll be better to let the Lego Technic car go past because then they can just keep on doing their own thing. But if their own thing is kind of holding HRT back, this move has kind of backfired, hasn't it? It's just holding them up.
Yeah, it is. And it's risky as well. Look what we just saw with those two BMWs. It just,
Exactly.
you run that a little bit too close. It just takes one driver to make a mistake and then bang, you're out the game. This circuit really does fight hard if you get it wrong. And interestingly, I do wonder if there's a slight setup difference with these cars. I mean, the Lamborghini is a super handling machine. We know that. We know how good it is, especially in fast corners. Great aerodynamic setup on that car. But the Mercedes is such a rocket ship in a straight line. But I do wonder, maybe Lego Technic running a slightly higher wing angle, a little bit more downforce, which is hurting them on the straights, but of course helping them in the corners. I do wonder if that's maybe the case.
Yeah, because we can see the differences in the way they are driving eventually, but what a battle this is turning out to be. Kind of like a useless battle in a way, because nobody needs it as such at this time of the race, but we don't mind a bit of entertainment, do we?
Not at all. We certainly don't mind. It's certainly adding to the tension anyway as well. Now, it will be interesting to see where we've got a number of drivers who... we've got three teams at the front, who have yet to take their pit stop. And just as we say that, Lauren Heinrich comes into pit lane for Coanda Simsport from the lead. And I would expect we'll see Kai Kashube coming in the Team BMW bank car shortly, as well as the Mala Racing Porsche Rainer Talvar. And where Rainer Talvar, Phil Dennis, who you'll hand over to Phil Dennis, where that Mala Porsche of Phil Dennis comes out in comparison to Team HRT. Now, what did we have in the showdown in race 1 of this championship back in back in November, Sunil.
Yeah.
We had a battle between Danny Giosa and Phil Dennis. Might we get the same thing? And look at that. Look at the difference in straight line speed there, even with the slipstream. Danny Giosa now actually going all the way to the other side of the circuit, knowing that he's even with the draft, he's got the pace in that car in a straight line at least.
Yeah, now they've got to make the best of it though, because clearly if you just stay where you are, it is not working out for HRT, because then that just gives another opportunity for Lego Technic to go past up ahead and then maybe hold them back a bit more. HRT at this stage just want things to be simple and easy. And simple and easy means not being held back by anyone. And so for them right now, this is a super, super important move in terms of the championship. Just keep it going as it is. That's all that they'll be wanting to do.
Well, in the pit box, the Mala Racing Porsche is still sitting there in the pit box as the Team HRT Mercedes goes through. And Dane Warren making Danny Giosa's life very difficult indeed here. And there he goes, sends it up the inside. And does Giosa... No, decides to give best. That's very sensible there from Danny Giosa. He's got time in hand. He does not need to beat this Lamborghini. He does need to beat the Mala Racing Porsche, which is now exiting pit lane. So I think that's pretty prudent. I think that's pretty sensible there from the German driver.
Yeah, that's what HRT must be talking about all the way through in this race, that we need to fight Mahler, not anybody else. That's where our race entirely is. And good to see that sensible side as well in this race, because as we discussed early on, Peter, so many teams and drivers were just going overboard, maybe just getting too excited. It's a bit of a nice thing to see HRT taking it easy and taking it normally. But again, still 33 minutes to go. Still things could go wrong. Crucially, Giosa is ahead of Denez, and that's all that matters to them right now. Even after all this, Peter, even after 5 races literally, there's only so little to separate them, only a few seconds here and there.
Yeah, it's just incredible. This is what racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife is all about. In this championship, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, is fantastic. I really think this digital version of the championship has been really a fantastic addition. Great to have it in the winter months, in the break basically of the outdoor version of the championship, which will kick off soon. I for one cannot wait for that season to begin. Now, unsurprisingly, incident under investigation between car 89 BS Competition BMW and car 34 Volkenhorst BMW. Now, the race is led by the Coanda Porsche of Lauren Heinrich by 10 seconds, but as we've said many times, that car has a 60-second penalty to serve. So, the Volkenhorst BMW leads from BS Competition by just 9 seconds. But you have to think, if you're looking at that incident, Samil, if there's anybody at risk getting a penalty, it's Volkenhorst.
Zeig uns deine coolsten Tricks mit den neuen Sets von Lego Technic.
Mach jetzt mit beim Gewinnspiel und werde mein Sim-Racing Co-Pilot.
Herzlich willkommen. Auf den Gewinner wartet ein großes Preisgeld.
Cut! Mittagspause!
Willst du wissen, wer gewinnt? Dann hol dir Giga TV. Da ist jetzt Netflix inklusive.
Alle Spieler zum Set.
Für nur 19,99 €.
Das volle Programm mit bis zu 2500 Filmen auf Abruf. Giga TV, jetzt inklusive Netflix. Together we can.
Welcome back to the Lego Technic 3-hour race, part of the Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Peter Mackay and Samil Arora here, taking you through the last half an hour of this season finale of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And, well, it's very tense at the moment for Team HRT Mercedes because they hold a 7-second advantage over Mala Racing Team. HRT sitting in 5th overall at the moment, Mala Racing in 6th. But whoever finishes ahead effectively in that battle will be your Digital Nürburgring Endurance champion. Now, who is that? One of the Mercedes off in the background. Oh dear, I think that was the Team M&J performance car. Dear, dear.
Yeah, I think it was M&J that had that incident here. Bit of a bad time to have an incident, actually. 30 minutes left to go would be a good way to end the year, but seemingly not for them. Bit of a strange incident, that one, losing it all on their own. But coming back to the point that you mentioned, Peter, seriously, HRT are in this tight. It's outstanding, right? 5 races so far this year, 3 hours of racing all the way through, and yet the only thing that separates HRT and Marlin Racing, at least for now, that is a few seconds here and there and 1 point. Outstanding. I just love it.
Yeah, this is absolutely superb stuff. So it's down to Phil Dennis now, really. He has, I think, just under 5 laps to go, and he's got to pull 7 seconds out, at least 7 seconds out of Danny Giosa, and that is no mean feat at all. But you can be sure that the American driver will be trying absolutely everything to close that gap down to Danny Giosa. Now at the front, it's still Lauren Heinrich leading by a pretty comfortable margin, it must be said. Leading by 24 seconds from the Team BMW bank car of Bruno Spengler. BS Competition in third. Volkenhorst, while we've been on break, have dropped down the order. What is going on there, I wonder?
Let me just check the penalty sheet, because I remember they were under investigation, but I'm not quite sure that there's been a penalty as such. We'll get back to you on this, but it is indeed a bit strange, and this means that, well, does that mean that BMW Bank will secure third in the title? Because as it stands, they are ahead of BS Competition. So this battle that you're seeing on track, guys, is a straight ahead fight for third in the championship. Winner take all in this case, because there's only 1 point separating them in the championship before coming into this race. So whoever wins gets, I think, over 100,000 euros extra, because the amount of money you earn for P3 is 250,000 euros, and clearly it's not going to be that much for P4.
Now you're going to get people in trouble here, Sunil. I think it's 250 euros, not 250,000 euros.
Is it?
Or it could be 2,500 maybe. It's definitely not 250,000, that's for sure.
You know what, that's the funny thing. I was always wondering that, but again, the zeros, I should do better in math. Kind of explains why I only got 50% in math in the last few years, but hey,
that certainly would make it very tense if that was that's a lot of Deutsche payments for...
That's still...
Yes, it's still absolutely no. The point is absolutely correct. There's still
but just the extent of it has been butchered up.
Very big.
Either way, it kind of goes to the same team, right? Because BMW Team Bank is run by BS Competition, so there's that. But yeah, still a lot to play for, still a lot to fight, and yes, there is that penalty, Peter.
Yes, I don't think it's going to mean much, because Volkenhorst BMW have been given a drive-through penalty. However, they've been in the pits for the last 6 minutes. So more or less since we've been on break, we're going through our adverts there. So I wonder if maybe either the damage was too great on that Volkenhorst car after that crash, or there's been a mistake again during our time on break. So we'll see. But the end result is Volkenhorst BMW are going to go away from this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series with no wins after having a really fast race car in every event. Really, it's just not been their day at all. It's just not been their championship really in terms of luck. Now, interestingly, I think there's been an incident. Certainly, there's been a problem for the Lego Technic Esports Lamborghini as well. It's dropped way back from Team HRT, 17 seconds further back. Phil Dennis has also overtaken Dane Warren. I think Dane Warren has made a mistake out on circuit.
Yeah, and I'll just take a quick look at their lap times to see what exactly happened and if that really was the case. But seemingly that is the case. Yeah, Lego Technic Esports struggling clearly. Their lap time the last time out wasn't that much slow, so it must have been a couple of laps ago where that mistake must have been made. But
no, it's just happened. Big stuff. It's just happened.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 2 hours. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it just happened. So that's interesting. Now, the gap. This is the important gap now between our championship contenders, Team HRT, Mercedes. Now the gap is just coming under 5 seconds now. So Phil Dennis, Sunil, is pulling time out of Danny Giosa, but is he pulling time at a fast enough pace? That's the question.
Yeah, that's the important part. In the last lap, difference wasn't as much, but let's wait and watch to see what happens right now. In terms of strategy, both of them are on the same strategy, so there's only one thing separating them, and that's how fast they are willing and capable of driving. This is just going to go down to the wire. Beat at 22 minutes, 4.5 seconds left or something there or thereabouts. I love it. We're going to see a recap of race number 1. What a way to end the year, isn't it?
It is funny how we kicked off this championship with this very battle, and this looks like how we're gonna change it. The two exactly the same cars and the same drivers as well. Danny Giosa versus Phil Dennis. It's about 4 seconds now, the gap. So Phil Dennis really on the charge now. The American in the Mala Racing Porsche. Of course, two powerhouses of German motoring engineering. Bill Stein sponsoring the Team HRT car. Their amazing suspension components. And Mala, well, their piston revolutionised engine technology and have done for, generations. And those Mala pistons have been on every Porsche since the 356, the company's first model. So Mala and Porsche are two companies that have really developed together, and they're now, and isn't that great? You know, they've developed an aluminium piston for an early 1950s Porsche 356, and now they're together in a sim racing collaboration here in 2022. How the world moves on, but nothing changes though in the world of competition. They've been racing here in the Nürburgring Nordschleife for, nearly 100 years. And this is no different to the Nuvollaris and the Caracciolas. This is Dennis versus Giosa here. And for Danny Giosa and Team HRT, Sunil, this has got to be mighty nerve-wracking, having a determined Phil Dennis hunting down.
Absolutely, Peter. I just love the way you describe this battle and the gravitas of it. It all comes down to this. It's over 15 hours of racing, and this is what it comes down to. Actually 14 and a half to be precise, but hey ho, we can still end up seeing that intensity on track. But what if he does close it down? What kind of a decider will it be? I'm just amazed to see how much fun this is going to be, right? Last 20 minutes of the season, there's only drama in store.
Brilliant stuff. That's what we've come to see. Thank you so much to you all for your company throughout this Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. If you're just joining us, well, you've picked a good moment to join us. You're just in time. 20 minutes of action. Well, I'll rephrase. 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
But we're going to have 3 laps to go at the line. So we're going to go quite a way into overtime here, as we often do here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, because, well, we've got a lap of nearly 8 minutes.
Exactly that. And look at how HRT are able to close out the BS competition now. Will they get held up over here? Oh, this could be a big factor, right? They must go past BS competition, get loose. This is HRT's chance. If they clear them, this championship could well be theirs, because they get free and open air and they don't get held back by any other car.
Yeah, and you have to think that the BS competition car is not at 100%. The bonnet kind of pushed up a little bit. That won't help the straight line speed. And Danny Giosa does get by, but he did get checked up there coming out of Galgenkopf. That will not help his lap time, that's for sure. But of course, Niels Koch will, play a factor in Phil Dennis's progress. There he goes. The BS competition car going to get held up by a little bit of traffic. How very Nordschleife. The only thing is, though, you have to think about the inner politics, though, here as well, because Phil Dennis, who does he drive for in other championships? BS competition. So you would think that Niels Koch will be asked by the team management to allow Dennis to go by without too much difficulty.
Yeah, that's where the loyalties really conflict, right? Because
they do. Yeah.
You really don't know. I mean, because the driver, we know that Phil Dennis is associated with BS competition, but he's racing for Mahler right now. So will there be any sort of link of that sort or anything like that? It's a bit confusing. Like, for instance, Elias Sabanen as well. Maybe if Landgraf were in a strong position, would they let Mahler go past? Because Elias has raced for Mahler previously, and then there's also the connection that Phil and Elias are teammates. Otherwise, I don't know. It just gets really confusing with this format. But it kind of helps out because it shows us the individual qualities of all these drivers that even though they might be in different teams,
Answer.
performance doesn't change.
There's your answer. Yes, it's the answer.
Oh, well.
That was after you. After
Clear
you,
as
my
daylight.
friend. Yes, not even a great deal of effort decided to that was I don't think you need to be a motor racing fan to really tell what happened there, but anyway, Phil Dennis makes his way through on Niels Koch without too much fuss at all as they come onto the Nordschleife now, and we're going to go well into overtime here because we could go 5 or 6 minutes into overtime, and that is just the last thing that Danny Giosa wants to hear. He's the guy who's got the championship in his hands at the moment, and the guy on the move, Phil Dennis, is driving the race of his life here. This is using every last bit of the road in this Mala Porsche, and he's just been so special as the American. Very softly spoken, very polite man, and a really special driver, and he's hunting down Danny Giosa, but do not write the German off either. Danny Giosa, remember back to race 1 when these two really, they went head to head in the last laps, and the one thing I remember, Sunil, was that Giosa was not, he may have been flustered, but he certainly didn't show it. He really handled the challenge from Dennis very well.
Which just kind of thickens the plot, doesn't it? Because now we may ask the question, well, Phil Dennis, has he learned anything from that last battle? Does he know where Giosa is strong or where he isn't? Because if it comes down to a situation like this, it's the same old fight that we saw in the first round. Again, same circumstances, same car, except only here, the context is a bit greater with terms of the championship. So, will we see Dennis learning from that last fight and getting an edge over Giosa and something like that? I don't know. This just, the plot just writes itself, right? It's so amazing to see about how much deeper these endurance racing championships can be. And look at the pace. Phil Dennis has caught up big time. He's saved so much time right here.
He was 5 seconds quicker than Giosa last time by. That is a long, long old way, even on a circuit as long as this. Well, apologies to those in the other classes. We're absolutely transfixed by this battle in SP9. But just for an update, Quanda Simsport lead by a pretty healthy margin at the moment in Cup 2. I'm just trying to make sense of it in the timer screen at the moment. In fact, they lead, and those behind them still have a pit stop to serve. So, yeah, very much in control for Quanda Simsport in Cup 2. In SP10, it's only a second separating, guess who? Core Sim Racing and Team RSO, as it has been all season. In SP3T for the TCR cars, Corentin Guinez for Core Sim Racing leads by 12 seconds from Team Heusingveld, but Team Heusingveld, if they finish where they are, they will win the championship. Likewise for Quanda Simsport in Cup 2, if they stay where they are, they will win the championship as well. So the big championship decider, the only one really left on circuit, is this charge between HRT Mercedes and Mala Porsche.
True to fashion. We're seeing all the things that we saw throughout the season, but just with the greater context right here in this race. Fight between Mala and HRT. We are seeing the same battles in SP3T, same battles in SP10. I love it. I love how this is just a perfect representation of the entire season that has gone past before it. Maybe, we're a summary of all that's going to happen, but will we see that gap between Mala and HRT just die down? And also, what makes this Mala drive even more impressive is the fact that they had that success penalty earlier today, Peter. So even with that, even with those 30 seconds, they are still able to get so close to HRT.
That's well remembered, Sunil. Actually, that is absolutely fantastic to mention that, because they've not only have they served the success penalty, a 30-second success penalty. So yes, you're absolutely spot on. It's been a heroic drive from the Mala Porsche team, and Team HRT, in fairness to them, they've managed the situation very well. And like I say, Dennis hunting down Giosa, but he needs to get past him, and that's another matter. Especially, think about this, Sunil, when we get to that inevitable drag race on the Dottinger Hole on the last lap, who's got the bigger grunt? Well, you have to say Team HRT have got the muscle for that big, long drag up the hill to the finish line.
Oh, they do. Oh, they do. And which is something very similar to what we saw in the first round again. I don't know, Peter. This is just turning out to be such a good finish to the very end. Actually, who do you reckon gets it? Because the pace would suggest Marla they would pass before we get to that point. But still, I think HRT and Danny Giosa know exactly what to do to hold them behind.
Well, it's impossible to tell, I think, at this stage. I mean, through the twisty stuff, through the corners, Phil Dennis is on it. On the straight, that's Danny Giosa using the power of that AMG Mercedes to its full capacity. That's for certain. Oh, brilliant stuff here. Well, as the drivers come round to complete the lap, it will be 2 laps to go here when they reach the stripe here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series here on the Lego Technic live stream. It's funny, it's like it's been a pressure cooker building all day. Mala and HRT have not really been on track together through most of the day at all, Sunil, but isn't it funny that for this championship battle they've converged back together for a Hollywood finish for us?
Exactly that way. I just hope that this ends cleanly in the best possible way, where we get to see who the better team really is. And throughout the year, both have had their own strengths and weaknesses. Marla have had dominant pace all the way through the year, but HRT have been able to make less mistakes per se. So it's just 2 different approaches of constructing a season coming together. And in these last 10 minutes, or maybe even 15, hopefully, because again, more time means more drama for us. Luckily, we are able to see this in the perfect way. But hey, luckily for us, the battles are going on everywhere else too. And our vision and Sim Racing, I don't remember, Pete, I think they've been doing battle for a long time. I remember seeing them together in the first half an hour of the race too.
Yeah, that is for sure. So, battle there for 5th place. It's quite a big gap back up to 4th place, as we saw in the graphic there, 23 seconds up to the 4th place Porsche. So, at the moment, is this the battle for the top BMW? No, it's not. Of course, Valkenhorst. They are on the podium at the moment. So Valkenhorst, BMW, and SP10 are in position to score the first podium for BMW in the season in 3rd. That would be a great achievement, and I think that would be deserved because it's been tough for the BMW M4s in the SP10 category.
Indeed, yeah. It's been a really hard year for them with BOP just not being on their side. But if this is what they get at the end of it, it's a big sign that they've been able to make the best out of whatever they had. And that I think is one thing you can really be proud of.
Absolutely. Now, as we mentioned earlier, this of course is the old version of the BMW M4 street car, whereas the GT3 specification machine is already on to the new version of M4 street car. So I wonder when the GT4 spec car will be updated. And I wonder, maybe it can't be far away, given the closeness to the road-going car. But this is our SP10 battle. Pascal Stix versus Niels Lawrence. RSO versus Sim Racing as they head up towards Adnar Forst, glued together, putting on a real show for us as well. An update for us on the timing. 1.3 seconds is now the gap between Team HRT Mercedes and Mala Porsche. Nothing. Well, that gap is still coming down all the time, and you actually, by the time they get to some of the longer straights, Phil Dennis is going to be in the draft now of Team HRT Mercedes. So if he can get the pass done, you never know, Samil might even be able to pull away from Danny Giosa.
No, we don't want that to happen.
No, we don't want that, but it's possible.
They're behind, Phil. Do it for the drama. Come on, make it a photo finish. Now, all things considered, there is a chance. 9 minutes is kind of good enough. Maybe a lap and a half, isn't it? In a way, considering how things are going right now. So there's enough time, and considering how the pace is going, we might see this finished off before the checkered flag drops off. But I don't know. We really don't want that. We really hope that Danny's able to hold him off till the last few corners, and then we see that fight, no?
Well, the only thing I would say is for Mala Porsche to come out on top, for Phil Dennis to beat Danny Giosa, I do feel he's going to have to put some distance between himself and Danny coming onto the Dottinger hole, because if he comes out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger hole behind Danny Giosa, I just don't think the Porsche has got the grunt to make the pass. I really don't. So the Porsche, of course, is supreme in the corners, but yeah, I do think he's going to have to get this move done pretty early and start to build some sort of advantage. But very easy to say, very difficult to do. Is the Team 75 Bernhard Porsche Cup car squeezing past this SP10 battle as Pascal sticks. So is this a chance for me to pick the pocket? And there you go. Here we go. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the clock, but we will have one more lap to go after this one. So about a lap and a half to go. And look at that. This is your battle for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series Championship. Danny Giosa in third at the moment, has that championship in his hands at the moment, but if Phil Dennis is able to get by, that would flip around. And Giosa once again hampered by traffic there, the Volkenhorst BMW. Dennis gets a great exit out of Ex-Müller as they fly down towards the Niki Lauda left-hander, and then towards Bergwerk. Very important corner here as well. And this now, Sunil, as we go for the drag up Kesselchen, up the little valley, this is back into AMG country here with that horsepower.
Exactly, and I love this about the Nordschleife. I love this about the DNLS. And the track is so big and so diverse, and there's a strong point, or maybe a couple of strong points, for every single design philosophy. If Dennis can pull it off away with the drop, that'll be quite something. And you know what? He's trying. This could be the championship winning move here.
Oh, going for the Kevin Estre pass on the grass there, Phil Dennis. And pass on the grass. Well, Kevin Estre at a Porsche going past the Mercedes. This is proper serendipity here as well. They got more traffic as well. Giosa gets by. Dennis follows through and makes the pass. And then up through, oh dear me, up through Klostertal they go towards the Caracciola Carousel. This has got everything Nürburgring about it. Mala, Bilstein, Caracciola Carousel, Porsche, AMG, all the names, all the big shots are here. And Dennis just can't quite get the move done on Giosa. And you have to say there, Simil, superb defence from the Bilstein driver.
Seriously, I think the best part was that Giosa was confident. He said, and he's already told with his body language, that that is my line. You're not going to get me right there. And it was clear as daylight. So Phil had to back off. Phil had to wait. But for how long will he wait? That's the point. Time is running out right now. And with that Mercedes being so big, where do you pass it apart from on the straights where the Mercedes is strongest? This is such a delicious battle. It's going to be so juicy at the end.
Well, this is going to be very telling now when they come out of Galgenkopf and onto the Dottinger hole, just how much of a run Phil Dennis can get, if he can get a run. Let's see as they come through Ice Corner. I remember Kevin Estre telling me, he says, when you're in the dirty air of a GT3 car, it's very difficult to get out of Galgenkopf well if you're following a car in front. And he says, particularly, he says, if you're following the Mercedes, he said, it's a disaster. There's a lot of dirty air comes off the back of this big Mercedes. Apparently the same for the Bentley Continental GT3 as well, I've been told. They come through the Stefan Beloff S's. This is something that the late great Stefan Beloff would surely approve of, this proper wheel-to-wheel battle as Giosa goes on the defensive as they come up through Schwalbenschwanz towards the Kleine Carousel. Again Giosa on the defensive. He knows that he's in trouble here. He knows that Dennis is on the charts. Look at the amount of corner speed that Dennis is able to carry. Now, very cleverly, Giosa just parking the car on the apex, ready to gas up the big Mercedes. Dennis trying to carry as much speed as he can as they head onto the Dottinger hole. And he's got a good run. Here he comes. Pops out of the draft there as well. It's a drag race for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. It'll be white flag to signal the last lap when they reach the stripe. Has Phil Dennis got enough grunt to get past the big Mercedes? They're side drafting. This is proper Daytona Super Speedway stuff here as they come side by side through Antonius Buch, and they touch ever so slightly coming up towards Tiergarten. Has Giosa done enough to hold it? They touch Dennis on the grass. Dennis holds it on the grass and somehow gathers it up. Oh my word, that was close. That was so close. And has that given damage to either party?
Seemingly not, Peter. The cars seem to be okay. The intensity is reaching a fever pitch. The racing might be virtual, the cars might be virtual, but the intensity of the battle and what this championship means is so real. This is what it's come down to. The last lap, one-on-one. Mahler have overcome a 30-second success penalty.
Oh, and look at that. Phil Dennis showing his nose, saying to Danny Giosa, if you leave any gap, I am going for it. Be assured of that. And I think, as Dennis looks up the inside, can't quite get it done. He's got to be patient here. He's clearly got good car speed. But can he make it work? Can he? He will, I'm sure, be thinking about the opening round where contact with Danny Giosa cost him a race win. And he looks up the inside. It's a big look. They touch again. This is getting very, very tough as well. Oh, it drives into the side of Giosa there. Does Dennis. That's right on the edge, I would say. And Giosa is going to try and fight back. Surely Dennis has the lead then. So Dennis now has the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series Championship in his hands. Another mistake for Giosa. And Dennis is beginning to clear off. So are Mala Porsche going to pinch the championship from HRT Mercedes on the last lap of the season?
Oh my God, this is so dramatic. This is perfect. This is the kind of finish we all dream about to any championship. One-on-one, fair and square. And Phil Dennis has done something that he missed out on doing in the first race of this championship. He's passed Danny Giosa and he has passed him clean when it matters the most. But the fun part is, Peter, if Danny Giosa is close enough on that last lap, you know which car has more power. You know which car can be the better one on the straight. It is the HRT Mercedes. All that Danny has to do is stay within a second, but that's a genuine challenge with the Porsche being so fast in the corners.
This has got to be one of the most impressive drives I've seen in my career in commentary in virtual motorsport. Phil Dennis has turned the tables here in this number 91 Mala Porsche. They had, as you mentioned, Samil, a 30-second success penalty to serve following their win last time out. Remember, the Mala Porsche team, the only team to score 2 victories in this championship. They won round 2 and round 4. Team HRT, they won back at round 1 after, guess what, a last lap battle with Mala Porsche. But incredibly, at the moment, Lauren Heinrich for Quanda Simsport. Okay, well that's timing. Number 88, Quanda Simsport, disqualification for disrespecting race control orders. Now, we should give context of why that is. If you're just joining us, Lauren Heinrich and Mac Backham have led this race basically from pole position to now, and they have a 60-second penalty, or they were given a 60-second penalty for not fielding a real-world driver. Yes, Lauren Heinrich, we know a real-world driver, but there we go. And they have not served that penalty. They knew they had that penalty at the start, and they've not served it, so they've been disqualified. So they've been immediately struck off the order. So they will have to just park up. So that then puts Team BMW Bank into the lead and puts HRT Mercedes into third, Mala into second. So, goodness me, Mala Racing Team with a 30-second penalty to get up to second place. As things stand, quite extraordinary.
I think you put it perfectly, Peter. I think this just has to be one of the most impressive drives you will ever see in the world of sim racing. From where Mala were at the start of this race, it seemed so unlikely that they would beat HRT. And it's not like HRT have had an extremely dramatic race, right? They have been doing normal things. They've not had a major crash. They've not had a major incident. And even then, Mala overcomes that deficit. I genuinely thought waking up this morning that, not possible. It's just going to be dull, boring. HRT might be able to seal this all the way through. But no, we have been proven wrong. And we still could be proven wrong, that is. HRT, if they are in that window, they can still fight.
That they can, yes. It would only take one tight slip from Phil Dennis, and that would be enough to hand the championship back to Team HRT. So, oh my word, this is unbelievably tense. We're on to the last half of a lap now. Race control. Oh no. Incident between cars 4 and 91 under investigation. That, Sunil, they're two quite important cars, aren't they?
Let them go. Let Mahler and HRT go. Don't investigate anything. Let them sort it on the track. And I think, to be very honest with you, it was sorted on the track, right? It was fair and square, clear as cut, clear as daylight. Whatever happened on track, and the penalties were sort of instant in a way. So I don't think that the investigation will be necessary. And I hope race control do that very, very quickly. And they do make that announcement because we want to see this settled on the track, not in the stewards' room.
Absolutely. However, again, I think it's for race control. They've got to take every incident in complete isolation and not take the championship.
Absolutely.
They have to put that to the back of their mind. We've seen that go wrong in catastrophic fashion, particularly in the end of the Formula One World Championship. If you let that cloud the judgment, it can really come up with some strange decisions. It would be a real pity to see a penalty decide the championship, but if a penalty is justified, then a penalty must be given. So let's see, we're going to get a replay of some of that action between the HRT and the Mahler Porsche number 91. But Phil Dennis now has opened up a gap of about 1 point. So our timing screen's jumping around a little bit, but looks to be about 1.2 seconds. So here's the replay then. And it all happened really in the infield circuit here in the GP. So Danny Giosa's got the lead at the moment. Dennis looks up the inside. There's a little loosen up there, and definite contact. And that, in touring car racing, that would be called a push to pass. So Dennis, do you know, the only thing he might actually be ordered to give the place back, quite possibly, of a penalty I really don't like. It's very ambiguous, but that may be what the order is given. I don't know. It might be seen as a racing incident. We'll see. But in the SP10 category, the battle rages on. And where is I think these cars are going to have to go around for another whole lap. Pascal Stex and Niels Lawrence, because where is Bruno Spengler for Team BMW Bank? There he is. So, now these two SP10 cars, they're going to have to go around for a whole nother lap. I hope they've got enough fuel on board. But Team BMW Bank are going to be your winners of the 3-hour Lego Technic race here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Bruno Spengler wins at the Nürburgring. What a drive from that crew. And here they come then. Phil Dennis is going to finish second place here at the Nürburgring. Danny Giosa will finish third, and that means provisionally Mahler Racing Team are your provisional champions. Incredible.
Oh my God, what a year, what a season, what a drive. BS Competition will come home to take fourth, and because they finish behind BMW Bank, they don't get third in the championship. It's BMW Bank who gets third, but the talk has to be about Mahler and HRT. Mahler, who would have thought? Nobody would have thought that they would overcome a 30-second success penalty without anything dramatic happening to HRT. They made their own luck. They fought everyone off. And this, seriously, Peter, has to be such an impressive championship win. After all that's happened in this season, Mahler, overall the most dominant team, and just pipping that title from HRT at the right moment. One lap from the end. What a finish.
What a drive from Phil Dennis. He had to run down a heck of a lot of time there to catch Danny Giosa and pass him. And the pass, and that's why we must very much utter the words provisional, because there is still, don't forget, there is still an investigation going on between the incident, the contact that we saw on the GP circuit between the HRT Mercedes and the Mahler Porsche. How will the stewards call that? And in effect, I mean, who would want to be a steward? That in effect, that decision affects the championship.
Peter, I think there's something coming in. I think Mahler, if I'm not mistaken, It's saying DS mid 91 change position with 4, which, if I'm not mistaken, in German stands for Mahler might have to change position. We might see a change in champion. What does DS mid stand for? Do you have any idea?
Well, mid means width. But, width, so...
And that's in the event log section, which is where all the penalties are recorded. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is Mahler having to change positions with HRT? Which means that HRT will be your new champions. That's what the penalty sheet says.
Wow.
It's not come up on screen, mind you, so we still have to wait for it. But the penalty sheet where all the penalties for this race has been recorded, that says Mahler 91, TS mid 91 change position with number 4. And number 4 being the HRT car. Penalty. It's confirmed, Peter. It's confirmed. Mahler are no longer the champions. HRT have won it.
My goodness.
HRT are your DNLS 2021-2022 champions. Mahler have been forced to drop a position to one car, and that one car was the one car they had to pass, and they did on track, but according to the stewards, not in the right way.
Well, that's you know, actually, you have to give the stewards a lot of credit for that's a tough decision to make in those circumstances. And you know, the facts are these: contact was made, yes, tick. You know, it put the HRT Mercedes offline, and a pass was made. So, and you know, that's so that normally that. Often we see drivers actually making that decision for themselves, where they give the position back. The only problem is with that is that then do the stewards then still penalise you anyway? That's where it's quite an ambiguous way of doing things. But wow, what a dramatic way to finish this championship. So Team HRT Mercedes are your champions then. Phil Dennis, after all of that charging down. And you have to think he'll be replaying that lap in his head for quite some time to come, Samil, because, he thinking, if I'd only just made that move clean, I was gone. He had the overspeed, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, now we can all sit back at this stage and say, oh, well, Phil could have done this, Phil could have done that. Seriously, when the battle must be going on, it must feel like the most important thing in the world. And when that's the case, when you're so involved in the race, mistakes do happen, and the stewards at least feel like that was a major mistake. But I really don't think that we ever have seen a more dramatic finish than this, at least in the world of sim racing. I mean, I've been commentating for the last 3 years, and I don't remember a more dramatic finish than this one. Will a counter protest be filed? I think there is a chance, because this is one of the most prestigious sim racing championships in the world. And so Mahler might be feeling hard done by it. They can file a counter protest. So, I don't know. Let's wait and see how this plays out. But seriously, who would have wanted this to be settled in the steward's office?
Well, it was so close that there was almost an inevitability about that, wasn't there? But, in a way, what a shame, but wow, what entertainment. The battle there as well. I mean, Danny Giosa throwing everything he could at the defence, and in the end it was enough. Phil Dennis likewise throwing an extraordinary effort to try and get that victory. But what can you say about these guys? Coanda Simsport in the Porsche Cup category have been exceptional. Zach Campbell and David Williams, your undisputed, incredible champions in the Porsche Cup category. Flawless, really. One incident, really, in the opening round of the season, which was no fault of their own, and they have just dominated ever since. Coanda, your champions in Porsche Cup.
They have been super. They've done all that they needed to do. When luck wasn't on their side, they made sure that when they came back, they absolutely dominated. And there was only one race where it felt like Coanda might not potentially be getting the win. And apart from that, they have just been superb. They've raced with one driver only at certain times as well. But still, Coanda, your Cup 2 champions. And rightfully so. Asher Racing coming home, following them in second on the track and in the championship too. They've been quite a revelation so far this year. Big discovery from the series. And somewhat interestingly, just like the championship, beat-a-bong performance, third. These three teams have been tremendous all year round.
That they have. Yeah, that they have. And now, interestingly, team up with that push into overtime, Team RSO in SP10 were forced to take a pit stop on the last lap for a little splash of fuel, and that gave Corsim Racing a huge advantage. So Corsim Racing effectively finishing a lap ahead, but not as much time as that. But they're going to be your winners in SP10 in the 3003 car, and already champions anyway, but solidifying that position. In SP3T, Corsim Racing do win the race, but Team Heusingveld finished second. That's enough for them to win the SP3T championship. So well done to Team Heusingveld. So there you go. There's the Corsim Racing SP10 machine. Pascal Sticks, this car, they've had such a good season and deserve their championship. And they come in to take the win in SP10. The last cars to finish on the lead lap.
What a year it has been for them as well, for Corsim Racing. What a year. Simply proving to everyone that at the top level they can be absolutely fantastic. Corsim Racing taking the win, and with that, sealing the championship with some authority. What is it? 18 points coming into this race? With RSO dropping off, that lead must be even greater. On track, they might be so close to RSO, but this is absolute domination.
Yeah, domination on the points table, but
exactly.
But not in terms of their wheel-to-wheel. RSO, the points gap does not tell the whole story. RSO have pushed Corsim Racing all the way. But wow, that concludes the final round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series here in the 3-hour Lego Technic race. Quite extraordinary scenes. Team HRT Mercedes are your champions. Mala Porsche coming so close. A controversial incident deemed by the stewards to have gained an advantage via contact, and that to be quite honest, Jamila, is I find it quite hard to argue with, actually.
What thing again? I'm sorry, I was just so lost up in my own thoughts about the whole year.
Absolutely. Now, these were the results as the cars crossed the line. As you can see, unofficial race results. This is how they crossed the line. Team BMW Bank, your winner, with Mala Racing Team in second and Team HRT in third. However, post-race, Mala have to give the position back to Team HRT, therefore making Team HRT the champions. PS Competition are fourth, with Phoenix Racing Esports in fifth. A good run from them in that Lamborghini. Sim Racing Academy were sixth, followed by Team Landgraf, ERC powered by FSP, MRS Esports Porsche, and Mercedes AMG Team Windward rounding out the top 10. So you have to say for me, Phoenix Racing Lamborghini, an extraordinary performance to get up there into fifth spot, really making the very most of errors from other teams to get that result. In 11th was the Team Heusingveld Mercedes, who got taken off in the opening lap. Artel Motorsport Reprix were 12th. Mercedes AMG Team M&J were 13th. WS Racing Esports were 14th, and MGR Esports 15th. In cars that did not finish, Lego Technic Esports, Falkenhorst Motorsport BMW, Kart Raceland Esports Lamborghini, and Door Esports Lamborghini, who never really got going at all, unfortunately. A shame there for Moritz Lohner, who's had quite some pace in that Lamborghini over the course of the season. But some huge names there down the latter part of the order, particularly Falkenhorst Motorsport. Kind of the story of their season, so close, but not coming away with the results that they wanted in that number 34 Alpecin anti-balding shampoo-backed machine. Oh, Samil, you're still decompressing as well.
Yeah. Just kind of lost in thought about so many things, about how Walking Horse unraveled, how Lego Technic unraveled, about how Dirt ended up where they ended up, but most importantly, how did this battle between Marla and HRT end? More on that in a second. Results from Cup 2.
So Coanda Simsport confirmed then as your winner by 26.6 seconds from Asher Racing. Peterbonk Performance, from a difficult qualifying, hauled themselves up onto the podium. A great run from those guys. GermanSimRacing.de, they were finished in 4th, with IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup in 5th. Team 75 by SimRC, the Team Bernhard car, finished 6th, with Deutsche Payment Esports 7th, Leiper Esports in 8th, WNSE Motorsport in 9th, with their sister car finishing in 10th. Deutsche Payment Esports, they came home in 11th, with Core Sim Racing in 12th after a promising start, finishing a little bit further down the order. Phoenix Racing Esports were 13th, followed by Artel Motorsport, and .xee Esports and Sim Racing Academy did not finish the race. In the SPT10 category, well, the Porsche domination just quashed ever so slightly. Core Sim Racing SP10 take the victory by 32 seconds on Team RSO. That doesn't tell the story. Team RSO having to take a late pit stop after being the last cars to take the checkered flag. So unfortunately, having to just need that little bit extra fuel, and that ended that battle for the win. So well done to Core Sim Racing there. But also, well done to Volkenhorst Motorsport, coming home in 3rd, finally getting a podium for the BMW M4 here in the SP10 category. Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO were 4th, RN Vision STN 5th, Shoot Sim Racing in 6th, GeForce Experience Esports 7th, Kart Raceland Esports in 8th. And your last few, ERC, they finished in 11th, not taking the flag. AMC Siegberg, Racefox and Ring Fazard all having very difficult days indeed. Many laps behind the overall winners, Core Sim Racing, and your overall champions in SP10 as well. And finally, last few in the SP3T category, Corentin Guinez, your winner there in that machine, doing solo duty as well. Team Heusingveld in 2nd, they're confirmed as your champion. Low Grip Racing finished 3rd on the podium. A good run from them. Marshmallow Racing in 4th. Nürburgring Esports Team 5th. Undici Scuderia in 6th. Valkyrie Esports 7th. ERC Heil Zentrum in 8th. And Alemannia Aachen Esports did not take the finish in 9th place. So that is all we have time for here on the LEGO Technic live stream. We hope you enjoyed all the action here in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. Congratulations to Team HRT Mercedes. They are your champions for 2022. On behalf of myself, Peter Mackay, and my broadcast colleague, Simila Arora, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.